tell you is, if you want to call this after in 10 years, you want to call that project, I do agree with you. Yes, progress is.
And how long has MBS been leading? Just how long has MBS been leading?
A breadcrumb in the favor of the man society, in the favor of the So anyway, that's
like if you're going to take credit, and ABS has done things on the side of women, but you also have to look at the flip side of what he has done. He has mass arrested activists. He has created a digital state where activists are surveyed. He has gone after dissidents abroad. Jehovah being the obviously the key one, but that is one of many examples. So has he done things that Westerners who receive a shit ton of his money can point to and say, hey, look, Saudi Arabia is getting better, and this makes me feel better because I'm taking a shit ton of their money. He's done stuff like that. He's also built a surveillance state and repressed activists and arrested people and created a far more overall repressive regime in Saudi Arabia.
Hold on. I just want to say one thing to see. Hold on. I just want to say one thing to Frank. We live in a surveillance state. So this bullshit about a surveillance state, I hate hearing that. But go ahead.
Well, here's the whole thing I hate about it in general, and it's a classic clubhouse thing. It's comparing something versus the almighty versus what you think it should be ideally versus comparing it to the alternative. So if you compare MBS to the alternative, the previous 100 years of Saudi, he took over in 2015. The amount of progress done in those 10 years might be equivalent to what it took 40 to 60 years in America from 1920. So compare it to the alternative, not the almighty.
I'm not comparing it to anything. I'm just giving an accounting for the things he has done. And you seem to only want to give an accounting for the things that are positive in your view.
No,
he is,
not at all.
We
started with traffic. It was a one-sided argument.
Let me finish real quick. He has done things. A holistic story about MBS, we also have to tell how ruthless he has cracked down on political dissent and how ruthless he has done that. As opposed to, frankly, the regime wasn't quite as ruthless in that area. So we have to at least give a full accounting for his time in charge of Saudi Arabia.
Conversation started about how little was done and how horrible it was. So I'm basically just bringing the other side of the equation. What'd you say?
No, there's very little done. It's not done institutionally. It's still guided. It's guided. It's guided. It's guided by a council that is under the direct control of a monarch.
Hold on.
The Wahhabi infrastructure, I'll give you an example. The Wahhabi infrastructure, controls mullahs inside North Iraq. Do you even know about that? Do you know why? How is it that mullahs inside Iraq are guided by the Wahhabi establishment in Saudi Arabia?
Hold on.
They even compromise.
We're having other people contribute Alpha.
Yeah, okay, thank you. So again, right, this guy. Hold on. So who defines how people should live in their countries? Americans or Western? All the conversation I'm hearing is just like, they don't live like us. Their women don't drive like our women. So they don't have women's rights. They don't behave like what is going on here? Who defines that in the world? Like you're talking as if people have to behave, think, do things like
arms. I can give you a simple answer.
You didn't say.
So you're telling me women in Afghanistan, hold on, you're telling me women in Afghanistan don't deserve vaccination, females and infant females.
Y'all getting real deep in the weeds. Y'all getting real deep in the weeds. This is real deep in the weeds. This is way too deep in the
Wait, you
weeds.
just joined the stage, Rainbow. Hold still, hold still.
This is way deep in the weeds.
Okay. Alright. So, the gentleman is not saying any of that. He's just simply saying that other countries mind their business when the United States had done something strange to their people. Is that correct, sir? Is that the gist of what you're saying?
Exactly what I'm saying.
Okay, that's it. That's it.
No, that's the issue.
No,
The issue is we were originally talking about why Saudi Arabia is a shithole, and the CEO was making arguments as to why Saudi Arabia should not be considered a shithole. So like this guy.
Because they felt better by the women.
Exactly, yes. So we're talking about how the domestic policies that countries have and whether or not they are good for the population. That's a topic. So talking about foreign relations and America going into Venezuela makes zero sense.
Well, actually, we were talking about whether or not the changeover in Cuba, Venezuela, and Iran would actually make the United States stronger.
Yeah, I know that, right?
Saudi Arabia, I don't know. Like, it's good to see you.
Good to see you, Trent. Good to see you. Good afternoon.
Yeah, I mean, it's also not a shithole because their GDP grew 70% over the last decade as well.
because in Iraq,
I'm not sorry.
Now you gotta say it right, Mel. Go ahead, now.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, Mel, you can go ahead. I said you gotta say it right. Go ahead, now.
Is Saudi Arabia having a strong GDP growth because of its reliance on oil? Is it not a shithole?
Since the last 80 years, it's always had oil. The way the GDP is growing is because it's begun to die. Are you kidding?
Okay, so
The same countries on the Arab Emirates, they've always had oil growing.
So it's money.
They've grown their GDP 50x the last 30 years. These countries have gotten much more sophisticated. Like, look, man, if you don't like Middle Eastern people,
So because they have strong GDP growth, they're not a shithole, and we can just discount how they treat their migrant population. And we can discount.
I never said that.
You're using GDP growth as a proxy for whether or not a country.
Are you like a Sith Lord? Everything's either or. You don't know nuance at all. Like, are you able to work?
I said Saudi Arabia was a shithole, and your response to that was that they had strong GDP growth, so they're not a shithole. That was your
I
response.
gave other reasons. What you know they're doing, which is going to be one of the most sophisticated cities in the world as well. Alright, what is a shithole? Sorry, let's get the definition. What is a shithole country? Go ahead. Define a shithole country.
Can I give him one?
No. I need the gentleman. No, I need the gentleman. I didn't see who it was. I need to define a shithole country. Go ahead.
I define a shithole country as a country that one has very concentrated and not diverse economy, two has lax labor laws, and three does not provide common decency and success to all peoples within its borders. That's what I define as a shithole country.
Okay, Alpha, could we speak? Come on, guys.
According to this chart, in 2025, Saudi's GDP was 925 billion, and then in 2025, it was 1.1 trillion, 4% change of 23%, which is actually under the world average of 35%. India is at 77%, Indonesia 51, Turkey 59, China 78. I don't see 75% in the last 10.
So what was the 2015 number you have?
900 and something billion.
I see 654 billion.
Okay, well, okay. Seems not.
But source in the chat. I'll put mine in a second.
Guys, this is all just oil money, right? So what does Saudi Arabia and UAE export other than oil? Nothing. These guys. Saudi Arabia. What they do is in the last 3-4 months, they sent 30,000 books of Ibn Taymiyyah to Syria, which is the root and the inspirational guy for all terrorism in the world. Before 2005, Muslim world, especially in my place, we kind of were more moderate Sufism ideas, but then after that, already decided to export their jihadism, and with the petrodollar, with a lot of money from petrol they're selling, they corrupted the whole region, and from there, all these terrorist groups are coming out from there. And inside Saudi and UAE, there's never been a fight or civil war for the last pretty much 100 years. That's why they have all of these to build their economy on petrodollar, and this is all because America. America is dead. Yeah. One minute that America goes out there, in 1 month, I can promise you, in 1 month, the whole economy will collapse.
Yeah. So I'm just giving data points. Just take 1 second. Yeah. So I have a link in the chat. The GDP was $693 billion in 2015, 1.2 billion in 2024. So that's a very significant jump. And then the economy is diversified from oil being 65% of GDP. Oil being 45% of GDP to going down to 35% GDP over the last 10 years. So that's a 10% drop over a 10-year period. That's a pretty significant shift in terms of diversification of the economy for a country like Saudi.
One second. So my source is the IMF, and it's through the St. Louis Fed. I'm seeing usually from 9/30, 2015. They do the quarters roughly, it's in the 9s. Now it's around 1.2. So I'm going IMF. Where did your people draw yours from?
I gave you the link. I gave you the link in the chat.
Yeah, but where are they getting it from? It's just the website. Mine's from the IMF.
1 second.
Mine's from the IMF, and it's a chart from the St. Louis Fed.
You guys care about those numbers so much. I mean, I think...
I don't care about them.
Yeah, these numbers don't really matter, because once there's one bullet shot inside these countries, this whole system will collapse, because it's fake, okay? It's not a system. There's no system. The whole economy in these countries are built upon other people from other countries. These guys from these countries, they don't work. They don't know how to do anything. They just really use the money to live and bring other people to build everything inside the country for them. They don't even have a teacher. Even the teachers are foreigners. So it's all fake. One minute America gets out of there, everything is going to collapse.
Yeah, and CEO, I apologize because I know you're in the lobby of the JW Marriott. But no one gives a fuck. I don't understand how we start talking about Saudi Arabia for 30 minutes. We were having a great conversation.
The question was, does it make America stronger?
Yeah, why? So why are we exactly? So why are we talking about the IMF in Saudi Arabia?
Hey, hold on a second. So Dan, I went to the IMF's website, the actual website for the IMF, and it has the same $693 billion for 2015. I put it in the chat. You can go ahead and look at the chart yourself.
All right, I'll do that. But let's say your numbers are right. It's still not 75%.
So what is...
An annual growth over 10 years does not mean 75%.
Oh, no, I'm sorry. I was...
Times it by 10?
No, that's not what I was doing. What I was doing was looking at what the the GDP total number was in 2015 and comparing it to 2025. I wasn't annualizing it. I was just taking a raw number and showing and saying how much it grew. That's what I was doing.
Wait, that's not 75%. It's
693 2015, and then 2025 1.27.
It's 1.7. Okay. Gotcha.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, you're right. It actually is like 85%, so I underestimated. You're right. It's actually high.
Trent, just
Where do I, hold on a second, where do I click on the IMF to get there?
I put the link in. I gave you the link.
I know, I'm on the
Okay.
website.
So go to the GDP current prices, the second one. Let's go to that one. Should be the second chart. Yeah.
Trent, just for your question, the only reason why I came on stage because Ben had a point, and when Ben said, for example, well, I was simply trying to address Ben's logic, right? And the logic is, well, if it keeps American allied countries strong, and it gives them a reason to reinforce their power and remain strong, because America would want that, then by that logic, Iran, inside Saudi Arabia, okay, no other country is so negatively portrayed as a menace, as an existential threat, as Iran. In fact, if you look at Saudi media, right, they hate the Islamic regime in Iran, and they're more fearful, or should I say more xenophobic, towards Iran than they are towards Israel. In 2019, a public survey in Turkey, for example, showed that the Turkish public see Israel more of an existential threat than they see ISIS. And that's just an example. But Turkey has more business with Israel than it does with ISIS, even though they did aid ISIS. So I was trying to address, I was just trying to address Ben's logic so I can make the point that by that logic, that in order for America to keep Saudi Arabia strong, what America has to do is strike a balance to keep Iran at an arm's race so that this reinforces the nationalist myth inside Saudi Arabia that if we don't remain strong, Iran will take over, and Saudi Arabia being strong, that is good business for America, right? But that logic breaks down when America attacks Iran and destroys the selling points that the Saudi Wahhabi state is using to keep public under its iron fist.
I'll give you this. This conversation is all over the place. The only thing I can say is that where global corporations see benefit is where we all see benefit to America. And the crux of this conversation is if your country is closed off and nationalized, you typically become an enemy of the U.S., i.e. Iran, i.e. North Korea, i.e. Venezuela. When you nationalize your resources and our corporations can't benefit, that's when you become an enemy.
But the issue, Trent, is that just because the U.S. tries to open a market and some companies benefit, doesn't necessarily mean that in aggregate, Americans benefited from the U.S. action.
Yeah. Well, I would say you was going to benefit.
So like collectively, some companies may be up a few billions of dollars, but if the country spends a few trillion, it's a net negative, right?
Mel, we agree.
Okay.
Y'all think I'd be against y'all. We agree. In fact, I saw a great documentary on the Dole Corporation and how they went into South America. I can't remember the name of it. It might have been in The Untold History of the United States. By the way, one of a fantastic documentary by Oliver Stone. If you haven't seen it, I highly recommend it. But I'm in agreement with you. I am not saying, and this is the constant back and forth being banned sometimes. I'm not saying that it benefits you, the average American citizen.
Okay, but that's that. So can you explain how the U.S. is stronger after, conducting regime change in Cuba and Venezuela and Iran? How does it make the U.S. stronger? Because that was your question.
The same way the Russians are talking about is if the United States gains influence into, especially with Venezuela and Iran and the oil trade, I don't know how to work out. But if you gain influence over that oil trade, it does make it stronger. You can make the argument it doesn't, but it seems like I see gas lines in Shanghai. You know what I'm saying? It seems like oil is still a pretty damn big deal in the world globally.
That's maybe
I don't know, that answer was probably a bit vague. So I think you could make a case that the U.S. is better off after Iraq, 20 years after the fact, and if you project out, given our relationship with Iraq. Doesn't mean we should have went to war, probably not, but I think you can make the case better. You can't make that case with Afghanistan, Venezuela, Cuba, and Iran. I think Trump was told there was a 90% chance of that you weren't going to get regime change in Iran, so I don't think it was a good war. It doesn't make any sense. Will we be better off 50 years from now with what's happened in Venezuela? Probably. If we get regime change in Cuba, I don't think it's that consequential. That's where I would rank it.
Can we do one country at a time? This is Venezuela.
Good.
So to see like the U.S. making an investment now, and that investment being positive 20 to 25 years later, right? That objectively doesn't say anything. That says something, but not enough to me, right? Because any investment has a time value to it, right? And so like you can invest, let's say there's $10 million now, right? And you have two different investments, and they're both positive, but they have different IRRs, right? We agree on that, right? So to me, like, just because something ends up being positive 20 years later, like in the example of Iraq, doesn't necessarily mean that it was good, right? Because it was good to had that energy and directed towards more, beneficial actions that could benefit the population. So specifically when it comes to Venezuela, right? I don't know, they had like 30 million barrels a day roughly at their peak in like 1975, 1980, right? Nowadays they're like maybe one, maybe it's like a third, I don't remember, people can correct me if I'm wrong. So for the US to benefit, the US would, based on what Trent is saying, and that's something I've been sympathizing over the last few weeks, the benefits from Venezuela would be that the US goes in, we put a new government in, and some companies get a few contracts and invest into Venezuela, we put up infrastructure, and then eventually, 10, 15 years later, we have 3 million barrels a day now. Does that is that what you're saying, Chad? Or CEO?
I think that might be incomplete in terms of what the best case scenario would be. So energy security could be part of that, right? More reliable supply for the Western Hemisphere. But, migration pressure that may change significantly. Better regional security. More democracy in our hemisphere. Positive impact on the U.S. economy. I think there's a number of things that would be a positive influence. You just pick one.
Hey, are you guys aware in the breaking news that all of the internet is down in Iran, which means we're probably preparing for a strike?
Sorry. Okay. So sorry, I got distracted. You said it was obvious clear things. You said one was more democracy, two was regional stability, and 3 was energy security.
And so less migration pressure as well.
Okay, I'll start from back to third. Pause.
Okay, good.
How does going into Venezuela result in less migration pressure?
Because Venezuela's economy is, okay, good.
Yeah, I got that one. Because a lot of the people that are here, especially in Texas, by the way, and Katie in Houston, have migrated because of this regime and that was in power, the Maduro and the Chavez regime. And so I didn't even think about that one, but CEO's cooking on that. Is that would it absolutely would help keep some of those people and repatriate some of those people back to Venezuela.
But we only went in and took their leader, right? Like the instability in the country can't solely be focused on the head of Maduro, because they're all over like that factor into why the country is the way it is. And we, seeing the US put sanctions on the country, which had devastating consequences on the population.
Mel, and I'm letting CEO go after this. Mel, if you have a country, it doesn't have to be regime change, but if the country is now friendly to the U.S., is now allowing our companies in, like Shell and Chevron and Halliburton and Bechtel and Diamondback, if they're now allowed to drill in your country and we lift those sanctions, right? Now you've got an open economy and you've got more job opportunities. I mean, that does actually make margins.
Do you think the reason why Chevron and Shell didn't make investments into Venezuela was because of Maduro, and if Maduro wasn't there?
That's because Chavez nationalized the oil system, and when oil crashed, they needed the money, so he nationalized the system. That's what happened.
Yeah, but it's a little bit confusing to me, because from what I've read, like Delcy Rodriguez is more of a Chavista than Maduro. So like her allowing, her playing ball with the US and letting these companies come in and drill, right? And maybe they make all these investments. But what happens, 15, 20 years later, when she returns back to her own ideology and goes in and nationalizes everything again?
3 years later, they're just waiting on Trump. These people don't see the world outside of Donald Trump. It's been 3 months, and they're already projecting out 20 years. It's wild to me. Whatever, bro. It's so strange. These arguments are bizarre. When Donald Trump is out of office, or he doesn't have the House or whatever, they're just gonna go right back. This has happened in history many times. What makes you think the leader after her is gonna be pro-USA? Donald Trump's gonna be dead. They were gonna kidnap that leader next. Like, come on, what's going on? Like, what are you guys saying?
Well,
I think Donald Trump will never die, but he's gonna die.
I started my premise looking at Iraq 20 years later because we do have 20 years of history there. So that was the baseline from which I came from.
And what's great about Iraq now that helps the U.S.? I can make an argument having Saddam Hussein was more beneficial if you were worried about Iran, because he was doing the fighting for Iran on our behalf. And so therefore, we didn't have to do what we were doing there. If Saddam Hussein was there, now we probably could have armed him to do this. I can actually make an argument from a U.S. realist geopolitical standpoint. It's better to have Saddam Hussein as opposed to what we're doing now.
So I don't recall, when was the last time Saddam fought Iran?
1989.
And we did this in 2003, so
Yep.
that's 14 years in between.
Yeah.
So I'm missing your.
Actually, man, I wanted to add something to your point. Given my parents are from Iraq, I was not born there, but my parents are from there. If you look at, pardon me, if you look at it economically, sure. Nobody would be able to argue that Iraq was economically more stable. Of course, any dictatorship would be stable, in fact. Any dictatorship would be stable, in fact. Why? Because you don't have to delegate much. Whether people like it or not, whether the opposition agrees or not, in fact, there's no opposition, ironically. So, sure, by all means. But is the repression You see what I mean? It's an oppression. And also, a lot of people blame the U.S. for a lot of things. Like, I'll give you a dynamic, right? I'll give you a dynamic. If you look at the internally in Iraq, what happened post-2003, okay? The best thing that happened was the changing of the Constitution, the drafting of the Constitution. That's one. Two, for example, if anybody wants to really study some dynamics, political dynamics in Iraq, look at Article 140 of the Constitution. The Article 140 was supposed to be implemented officially in 2007. The latest, I think, was 2014 or something. So they didn't do it. The Shiite majority government said no. Why? Because we don't want the Kurdish people who've been cleansed and who've been kicked out of their homes by the former regime to come back. Why? Because if they do, then any kind of future referendum would put places like Mosul and Kirkuk into their hands. And these are two of the major, aside from Basra, these are two of the major oil-producing regions. So for their own economic gains, and of course the kleptocracy, they did that. And also, even further, the two Kurdish political parties, the PUK and the KDP, right? Even in the 1990s, when they were supposed to establish a parliament, when they were supposed to agree on many things, their fallout was not because the U.S. told them. Their fallout was over oil export. Who's going to get their share? Who's not going to create a civil war that lasted 4 years with thousands of brothers killing other brothers? I don't think it was America that went and told them, listen, I don't think it was Donald Rumsfeld that went and told the Kurdish opposition, hey, why don't you guys fight amongst each other, start a war? And civil war and business are not good business. Oh, if any businessman would go and tell their clients to start killing each other. So the Kurds did that, and it cost them a lot. And then 2003 came up, and then it was the Shiites and the Kurds and other minorities in the midst became collateral damage because their destiny in this war were augmented. You know? So when I look at it, it's the same thing in Afghanistan. Sure, you could say the war in Afghanistan was an error, fine. Geostrategically or whatnot. Not to mention that, geopolitics of the Cold War. The Cold War was, or geopolitically, was a mess everywhere. However, when we look at Afghanistan, when the Mujahideen came back to Kabul, right? I don't think so. I don't think America went and told Ahmad Shah Massoud or Gulbuddin Hekmatyar or Rabbani or others, hey, why don't you come back to Kabul and start your internecine ethnic warfare and start murdering each other? It makes no sense.
Yeah.
It really makes no sense.
Yeah, I just sitting here trying to think about what the U.S. gained from the Iraq War after spending $2 to $3 trillion. Like, we got a democracy, quote unquote democracy in the Middle East. The U.S. got, some more weapons manufactured, meaning that, because of all the war, we were able to build better weaponry. And I guess the U.S., some firms got some very good contracts. Like, I just can't calculate how we got more than $2 trillion out of this war after putting $2 trillion in. And because I can't calculate it right now, it's just a net loss in my mind.
Shit. Good shit. Now this is what we're trying to say. Sum it up. I know you can't. I didn't say it benefits you or it benefits the United States tax base. You're $40 trillion in debt. Okay? No, this doesn't benefit the American taxpayer. But yes, those contracts, these millions of dollars that people don't think are a big deal, these billions of dollars of contracts, and the defense industrial complex, the oil infrastructure, and a lot of the IT firms, IT infrastructure that all go into this, yes, greatly benefit.
Okay.
And therefore, often it does benefit Americans. Americans made a lot of Americans that I know made a lot of money during the Iraq War.
Okay.
As detestable as that is.
Hold on.
Go ahead.
You said I did benefit, of course, because it was focused on company benefiting. And then next you said, but there were people that also benefited because they were members of a company. So Trent,
No,
my bad.
an American citizen? Did you individually benefit?
Sorry, my bad. I mean, the US was a net positive on the Iraq war. That's what I meant to say.
Was it a net positive on the Iraq war? To me, no.
Okay, good.
I would
Stay right there.
I would not go with the net.
Okay, cool.
Yes.
So my next point is then, if all of that was not a net positive, right? Why do you say that the US going into Venezuela and Cuba will make it stronger? If a last major event did not make the US stronger and actually lost influence upon the US, go ahead, Trey.
Because in Venezuela, we didn't have to send the 101st and the 82nd Airborne and ground troops and lose lives in Venezuela to have regime change. We didn't lose any lives. So in Venezuela right now, what? There's a different leader with a different, we don't call it regime, we can't call it regime change. You're correct, brother. I'm sorry, you're correct. We can't call it regime change, but there's a different attitude.
Number 2.
Yeah, I get it, but if, as has been reported, if the oil contracts come through for Shell and Chevron, as you know, as has been postulated, we shall see. It's still, the jury's still out. I mean, this just happened, right? And so, if you don't have to send an entire our entire army to invade a country, right? I have to say net positive, right? And especially geopolitically, net positive to the United States.
Well, that's a huge trend because just because you don't invest militarily doesn't mean that your fiddling will lead to a positive outcome, right? Because
I just said we don't know if it'll lead to it, but right now I would lean towards yes. Investment into changing the attitude in Venezuela right now, as we look at it, is nowhere near the cost of input of the bullshit that we saw in Iraq and praise those soldiers that went in there and fought that. I'm not trying to
yeah, of course, yeah.
But you know what I'm saying? Like, and I don't even put Afghanistan in, and that's a whole different equation. But in Iraq, which we were lied to with faulty intelligence to go in, right? And to me, it was for oil and some other geopolitical things because they thought it would create like an Arab Spring, and all of a sudden, you know, all these other places would fall, right? Iran was one of them. This is, you know, I am not trying, I don't agree that it was a net positive because I was vehemently hate the way the U.S. was lied to. I think it's the reason why you have Donald Trump in office, because so many people no longer trust the government and what it says, and but that's a wholly different story. So to me, negative. But I can't sit here and say that people didn't benefit. That's
yeah. I didn't say that. I didn't say that nobody benefited. What I'm trying to get at is that like we have to look at things in aggregate, and the U.S. action in Venezuela definitely has it's a rounding error compared to what the investment initially was in Iraq. I agree with you. But I disagree with you on whether or not in the short to medium term it has been positive for the United States. And that's what the disagreement there is. And I disagree with you when it comes to Cuba, because I cannot fathom what in the short to medium term the US gets for blockading Cuba. I have no idea. No clue. Except for good feelings from Miami Cubans, I guess. That's all.
I think some of y'all get paid.
No, not at all. I mean, this is wild. Not at all.
Like, just the way that y'all say things, like, the idea, so, this conversation could have been ended a long time ago. Trent, you have, to your credit, you have been very open about, I think you may be working through some of your answers, sort of thinking aloud, and I say that because I asked you earlier, over an hour and a half ago, when you say this makes
this is, good for good for Americans, good, makes us stronger. I said, how? You talking about corporations or you talking about citizens? You said you didn't know. You've landed now into a discussion about how it's not going to benefit citizens, it's going to benefit corporations until it starts benefiting citizens. I still don't know, tangibly, where this war, where this conflict, where Maduro, I don't understand where this benefits individual citizens, or we'll say sort of citizens generally speaking. Not a handful of people that you know, not a handful of people in Texas, not people who own corporations or own, sort of majority share in corporations, but what tangible benefits do American citizens get as a result of these endeavors? I don't know.
We're gonna talk about three different ones.
Pick one. I'm saying one of them.
Well, I ran through a number of ones with Venezuela. So did you just disagree with those?
I'm asking, I didn't hear anything specifically tangible to American citizens in the aggregate. I don't know, did it boost people's, wait, hold on, did it boost people's incomes? Do people have better healthcare outcomes? Do they have better access to what are you talking about in terms of how does it benefit? Gas prices have been going up. They're up higher than they were before. I don't understand.
Well, let's make it simple. There are no short-term. There are no short-term benefits. Easy enough?
No.
Right? We both agree.
Okay.
We both agree there's no short-term benefits. So we have that as agreement on a baseline.
What are you talking about?
I'm not about Venezuela.
Okay.
So there's no short-term benefits. My case would be that over the course of 20 years, we could see some benefits. That was the case I was making. And I make the case that with Iraq, I think that when you take a country and it was hostile towards you, and it becomes a lot friendlier, and the economy improves, I think over the course of 20 and 50 years, that makes it better for America. So that's just a fundamental belief I have, and I very much like what China does. China thinks about 30 years ahead, 50 years ahead, etc. We tend to oftentimes just think in terms of the 4-year period we have a president.
No,
anyone that does long-term strategic planning, you can see the value of thinking more long-term. So that's where I'm coming from with it. I'm not making an argument there's any short-term benefit. I'm saying that long-term there may be a significant benefit. Anytime the country changes from hostile to more friendly and their economy gets better, I think that benefits America.
I don't understand. Why are we looking for short-term benefits? How does that work?
I'm talking about any benefit. I was looking for a specific metric. Now, CEO, you were very good when we were talking about Saudi Arabia not being a shithole. Give tangible markers that you can use to help explain why that country wasn't what it was. I'm asking now for similar markers, or not just you, but anybody, for similar, specific measures that we could use. I say this thing, it has increased. Now, we don't have to get into statistics and whether or not we're talking about causation, whether we're talking about just a spurious connection, right? Two things sort of happened at the same time or can happen, but then you introduce a different, variable and it completely ruins everything. I'm not asking for any of that. I'm just saying, what metrics are you using? You're sort of talking about a general sort of feelings, but do you have tangible markers that you're using to help say, yeah, these indicators show that this is what it was before, and this is now?
The time period for Venezuela is too short. What we'll be looking at longer cost benefit analysis, as I mentioned earlier, is going to be energy security, migration pressure, regional security, impact on the economy. So those are the things that we'll be able to measure 10 and 20 years from now and determine whether or not it's worth it. And if I were to place a wager on if it's going to be better, I would bet yes, it will be better.
My issue is that none of what we've done in Venezuela helps that. We went in, we took out one guy, we had his second in command take the head. All the machines machinery is still there, all the attitudes are still there, and we call it a win. And so based on that, any positive change in the future, I'm sure the Republicans will attribute it to this one action taken on this one guy. When the bigger action is a normalization of relationships between Venezuela and the United States. And to me, this normalization is being done with the exact same regime that existed before we took up the guy. So the guy doesn't even matter.
Mel, the guy doesn't matter. That's what I've been trying to tell you. That's what I've been trying to say. I'm glad to see Amar.
No, how does it not matter?
It's about the oil and the resources. We don't give a shit who's in charge. As long as you don't let us in the door, baby. And that's what's happening. That's what Delcy is doing. If Delcy signs this contract with Shell and Chevron, as has been reported, right, and we have access to that oil, that is exactly what this was all about. It wasn't about, complete entire regime change. I never said it was.
Well,
But now you know,
an American company comes in doesn't mean it has any financial benefit to American citizens. These companies are not going. So stop saying America.
No.
Say companies.
No. It definitely. I'm not gonna let you do that.
You'll say America, then you'll say corporation, and then you'll say citizens. You can say all three.
Brother,
I know I may be fat and I eat golden corral, but my mind and my ears work very well.
I went over there. I went by there. Golden Corral.
It's everywhere, but it's consistent.
No, it was what Jordan said to him. It was what Jordan said to him.
Y'all have not pointed to a specific marker. You talk about Americans.
Yeah, look, I am talking about
Americans.
There are.
Hold on. And then I ask y'all for a marker, and then you talk about a general sort of feeling.
It's not, I didn't say John, but CEO brought up immigration. I think that's one. But if you want to talk about specifically, yes, it does benefit American citizens when and our oil refineries and our oil companies, and those are people who work for them, right? That when we have control of that oil, it's also a lot of pricing control that I've talked about.
I just want to say to brother that I'm not making this point. I don't think there's any short-term benefits that are worth it. So I do disagree on this front.
How are you talking about long-term benefits?
I'm talking about Venezuela.
It has a connection to
Venezuela is short-term benefits because there is going to be contracts signed by American oil companies shortly. So I actually think
that's corporations. Messi's asking about the public.
Who works at corporations now?
How many?
Who work there?
Yes. Messi's asking about the American public in general, not a couple thousand people who work at a handful of companies.
I don't know. Let me ask you all about. So we have benefited so much. Has this contributed to, I don't know, the strengthening of Social Security? Has this provided, I don't know, more access to health care, or to make sure that we have, so that's what I'm saying,
if they cared about healthcare, they wouldn't build aircraft carriers.
Short-term
care about healthcare?
So I'm asking you again, for how does it benefit the American citizenry, generally speaking? And you can point to a metric. You keep saying, jobs. So you're saying jobs. So it benefits the people in the industry. Okay, that's maybe one metric. What are you looking at? The growth of the expansion of jobs?
I understand your point, but it's a butterfly effect. See, I may not agree with CEO regarding
Brother, were you finished? Give me 1 second. Brother, were you finished? Brother, were you finished?
I wasn't.
Okay, so listen, this is the thing. Oh, can I say something?
No, yeah, absolutely. Go ahead.
Brother has been trying to make his statement, which we have yet to fully hear before people interrupt him. So kindly, I'm asking that no one
interrupts him and allow him to fully make his point and listen to the question and then respond to the question that is asked. Thank you.
Thank you. Again, I'm throwing things out there. So healthcare was an example, right? I'm asking for specific things, tangible metrics, markers, short-term or long-term, that have benefited us as a result of these wars in particular, right? We've already conceded Venezuela is a short-term, and we don't see one. What about Iraq? What about the implications right now for Iran? Like, I'm just asking, like, what are the things y'all are looking for or looking to when you make these declarations? Was specificity when it came to Saudi Arabia?
Okay.
Right? And whether or not we agree about those metrics, at least we can point to those things and we can talk about those. I'm asking for similar metrics that people are using to make the assessment that these things have benefited Americans. If you say American corporations, okay, get it, got it. We talked about that today. But American citizens, I don't know that data. I don't know that information.
Venezuela would be oil prices going lower for American citizens and immigration. I agree with that. For Iran, you have to have regime change. You have to have regime change in order for us to say this benefits Americans. It's not just the same regime. You have to have complete regime change. Oh, and the exit of the uranium to say that this benefits Americans geopolitically.
But you just said Iran wasn't about the regime change. You just said that 5 minutes ago.
Venezuela's war is not about. Venezuela wasn't about regime change.
But the regime is still there, right? So, I mean, at the end of the day, to add to brother's point here, we all trying to find out what is the problem here. The cost for the taxpayers to launch these wars and get added to the national debt, what are those benefits short-term or long-term? This is not a corporation, a private company, or stakeholders. What are the benefits for the public overall as, we are approaching $40 trillion debt? What is it? Do you have any tangible result that you can say, or is it a strategy of hope that hopefully 20 years from today, we're going to see some benefit?
I'll say it one more time.
I'd like to hear an answer on that.
Say it one more time, Chief, that you won't hear. No one cares about the taxpayer. If you cared about the taxpayer, to a brother's point, you would make less. We wouldn't have 11 aircraft carriers, and we'd have free health care or freer health care, right? It's not about, we have a secure social security system. So no, it is not going to benefit you, the American taxpayer, at all.
Okay, so there's no benefit.
Thank you. So there's no benefit. There's no benefit. The corporations are benefiting. We're not. And so again, I don't see why we should be in this shit. There's no benefit. There's only potential risk.
Stop paying them. It's exactly what I said. Then stop.
I'm not voting for the people, and I'm not just.
Stop putting. No. We can't do that. Because if you go, there's a lot of people, both Democrat and Republican, that have increased the defense budget to where it is today. Didn't start with Trump.
Okay, but
And so
we're talking about U.S. foreign intervention.
He wasn't even in during the Iraq war. We're not just talking about Trump.
I know we're not just talking about, but that's what I'm saying. If you really care about the issue, if you really care about the issue, stop supporting people who want to make a $900 billion defense budget.
No, Trent.
Okay.
Democrats can support strong military spending, right, and be against foreign intervention in countries around the world. Like, the topic here is foreign policy. What?
Do Democrats win every single presidential election?
No, they don't.
Okay. Then when you spend that amount of money and you make that big of a military, maybe one day you're going to get a crazy person. And you got to know that. And maybe they're going to use the military in the fiercest ways that you don't understand.
Let me just say this real quick. Let me say this.
say this real quick. Let's just say with the fact that there is no benefit. We don't have to change the argument to make whatever you want to say to be right. It's simple. There's no benefit currently right now with us being there. It's just not. Now you talk about the defense, that's a whole nother story. We can have that conversation as well. But for this particular conversation, it's not big because you're trying to make it something that it isn't. If it's not a benefit, and then you all of a sudden say, oh well, stop funding the Department of Defense. How is that the same? How we're going to try to link those two together? For your, other than the fact of you wanting to win an argument. The bottom line is, the argument is, there's no benefit. That's it. That was the question.
No, man, it is the same argument.
Hey, Brian.
I didn't say stop funding defense. I didn't say we didn't need a military. I said stop supporting people who want to make a ridiculously sized military, because one day, like maybe we have now, I'm not going to call Trump this. One day you're going to get a Napoleon in office. One day you're going to get a Hitler type, Stalin type person.
But you're moving.
No, you hold on, because you keep on talking, saying the same thing, but you're not listening. And that's what you always do.
Okay,
If you're saying that, the people that you're voting for that want to raise the military budget for a certain reason, there's a problem, because they should have been aware that their people might not be in trouble and be in charge, and then these other people are going to use it for other reasons. So it's really their fault. It's not their fault. It's the fault of the people who are doing the wrong thing with the budget. Not, they shouldn't have raised the budget. That's stupid. That's stupid, and that's all you're saying. There's no benefit, period. It's not the same argument.
Thank you, sorry. So there's no benefit. And first trend, going back to where we started like an hour and a half ago, it's a little bit incongruous for you to say that the US would be in a better position after taking actions in Venezuela, Cuba, and Iran. That's why we come to sanitize the bowl. And do you, just to finish up, do you disagree or agree with that?
The U.S. is in a stronger geopolitical position if Iran, Venezuela, and Cuba are replaced with regimes, or even the current regime are friendlier and have more access to the United States. Geopolitically, yes, the U.S. is in a stronger position. And that's not my assessment. That's what the fucking Russians are saying.
If we agree, there's no.
Well, let's. I'm sorry. So anyone in here who's a political science major, let's just bake it very baseline. It is true that if a country that was hostile to you is now friendlier to you, and they have a better economy, America is better off long term. Is there anyone here who's going to disagree with that? I'm just curious.
I think the real point is they're not more friendly, they're just more destabilized because of intervention. They're not more friendly.
Okay.
They're destabilized. It's a difference.
Fair enough. That's a different point. Fair.
So since CEO, you're talking about cost benefit. Let's start with the cost. So what are the costs of launching these wars? Since we just passed through them, like
well, we're all different, right? I mean, so I'm not. Okay.
Iraq.
All right. So Iraq. Again, some economic benefits. Certainly, there's more oil.
I'm talking about cost.
$2 trillion and American lives.
Okay, so is that going to give you a ratio of IRR, a return on your return on investment?
Over
2,000 plus life.
So let me respond.
Okay.
Yeah, so over the 23 years, I'd say we haven't seen it yet. maybe see a net benefit over and over 20 or so, sure.
Did you just
So
say
it's a
May?
long time. Yeah, I did say May. Yeah, so it's going to be a long time before we see a net benefit. So where I would say the cost-benefit analysis on Iraq would come out positive. It'll be a couple more decades.
So the cost benefit for Iraq was to get WMD, which is never found, right? That's your first objective. So now,
Haven't we been through this argument already, man? Like, this is beating
just don't cut me off, bro. Just give me a second here. So more than 2,000 plus lives have been lost. So many PTSD folks go through this problem, right? Plus 2 trillion, God knows how much is it. So you're saying is this is a strategy of hope. We may find benefit maybe 40, 50, 60, 70 years, God knows. Are we gonna claim that benefit once it
Well, it depends on you're asking. If you ask me if we should have did it, my answer would be no. Okay, but we did it. So now the question becomes: since we did it, how do you measure the cost-benefit analysis? It's a different question. It doesn't go back and say, "Hey, should we have done it? We've done it. What will it take for it to be considered a positive?" So I'm coming from a different place than you are.
But the other bit is that we don't have Saddam Hussein stirring up shit all over the Middle East. And just like the benefit is that we won't have to worry about Iran's nuclear program. That's whether or not the new government is for the US, their nuclear program will be gone. And that is a bet in and of itself.
That's incorrect.
It's so incorrect.
Why is that incorrect?
Because
Saddam was there containing Iran.
No, that's not true. We gotta stop with this Saddam thing.
That is true.
No, they normalized their relations in the 90s, okay? The last time Saddam went to war with Iran was in 1989. By the time we got to 2003, we're
The whole point.
totally normalized.
Yeah, but
That's
even if they have
Saddam is not
even if they have normalized relations, they can still contain one another. That's the whole point about foreign policy in general. Like China can have normalized relations with countries that we talk to, right? But we can basically have a bulwark against China in particular regions. Like, for example, the Philippines.
Mail, can I give you guys an information? You guys can go up and check Lawrence Wright about this.
Hold on now, you're
Sorry, we are at 9/11. You know,
go ahead. You're just really breaking up at the minute. Yeah, go ahead.
oh, okay, I was in the Matrix? Okay.
Yeah.
You know, many people don't know this. Before the U.S. even spoke about intervening in Iraq and decimating the, regime, did you guys know that Osama bin Laden and Prince al-Turki of Saudi Arabia were in conversation about invading Iraq in the midst of the night? In fact, Osama bin Laden himself made the proposition that he has 100,000, which he could summon 100,000 war-ready mujahideen, right, to attack Iraq.
From Afghanistan.
And from everywhere. Prince al-Turki himself explicitly said this is a bad idea. Now the question is, imagine if it was Osama bin Laden who attacked Iraq with 100,000 strong mujahideen, right? Especially people, like I said, people who believe that, you know what, death is where life begins. So when you deal with an armed men with such a morale, it's hard to defeat them mentally, because war is not just won physically. You have to also defeat the enemy mentally. So when you have a mentality that says, my life begins with death, it's hard to demoralize armed men like that. So he already had made the proposition that he could summon 100,000. But what people don't understand is, if we're looking at the utilitarian perspective of what was the net return in economy, I agree with CEO. You may not see it now. The same thing with Germany. Like Germany, even people were talking about this, though Germany didn't see much from Hitler going, right? But guess what? Now Germany is one of the economic powerhouses of Europe. Without Germany, there would be no European Union.
US killed Germany.
But that's my point. The net return from the Nazis is being gone, right, came in decades. But the only thing, and I think it came a bit faster than Russia, for example. It came a bit faster. mentality. And I'll give you the same thing about Iraq. Despite the civil war in the north, despite the political divisions, the north is much more stable. Why? Because more companies invest there. They are less ideologically rigid, despite some of the kleptocrats that are still running the show. But nonetheless, everybody is beginning to eat, of course, on terms of the leaders, of course, but everybody begins to eat without the arbitrary arrests, without the arbitrary executions and extrajudiciality. So it's just, under Saddam, it wasn't like that.
Isn't Erbil getting bombed almost every day by Israel?
Erbil is getting bombed by Iran. Erbil is not getting bombed by the Kurdish leaders and Kurdish Peshmerga forces.
In the first,
or the Shiite forces.
8 months ago, Israel did not conduct an airstrike in Erbil.
Israel conducted an airstrike in Erbil.
So what are you saying? Why are you saying?
The leaders of Erbil, right, the KDP and the PUK are not running around executing people extrajudicially because they wrote a letter in their language, or because they wanted to establish a shah without asking Saddam Hussein or Ali Hassan Majid.
So
these are all benefits we need to look at.
So you're saying that strategy of hope, once again, we hope Iraq's going to turn up to like Germany, and if it didn't, well, too bad. Is that what you're saying?
But why did Germany become what it is? Mentality changed.
But here's the
We need to
thing.
get rid of the mullahs. The mullahs need to go to the mosque and leave the civil infrastructure for the civilians. We need the institutions. Right now we have elections that are being monitored in North Iran. In the parliaments, in the Kurdish KRG parliament, is primarily because of the U.S. institutions that were imported. And vote monitoring, vote ID, all of this stuff was not in the Iraqi system. It was actually a part of that has been imported, and now a lot of people are having hope. We have university, we have critique, we have people, entrepreneurship. These are all the ideas of liberal capitalism.
Do you know what Saddam Hussein, he did not have an election? Is that what you're saying?
No.
Because he did not have an election?
People had elections during Saddam, are you serious?
Yeah,
What elections?
Well, if he wins, it's a rigged election, but it's an election.
See, that's what I'm talking about, bro. There was no institution of freedom. There was no institution of economic liberalism. You couldn't be an entrepreneur without asking Saddam. And plus, you couldn't even establish business unless you were part of the Ba'ath. You were working for the Ba'ath.
The Ba'ath Party.
And let me just make this conversation too, just to talk about some historical examples. When people say, you know what, for example, look, why did the Kurds have a problem with Saddam? I mean, didn't Saddam grant them autonomy in 1969? No, Saddam did not give them autonomy in 1969 because he reneged on everything in 1974. While Saddam was promising them autonomy and economic diversification, at the same time, Saddam was bolstering its military in the north and positioning itself and keeping everything under tight regulation. And that's one of the reasons why the Kurds, the leadership said, you know what, you're promising us autonomy, but you're infrastructurally, like structurally, you are blocking us from any kind of autonomy. So you're basically doing this for strategic balancing, because after the 1968 coup d'etat, you knew that Iraq was weak. The 1967 war had taken place with Israel. You were completely decimated along with other 5 Arab armies. So you're just trying to regain yourself. You don't care about the promises. And when 1975 came and the Iranian government started to abandon the Kurds and U.S. abandoned, right, under the auspices of Henry Kissinger, guess what? The Arabization policy was completely and forcefully put in place. Kurds were done. So what was the benefit of Saddam? And
I'm not saying that's about it. Saddam Hussein was a tyrant. We all agree on that. He was a tyrant.
No, we're not describing his personality.
Just what I'm saying is there was one thing, and many people in the U.S. Defense Department agreed that, well, Saddam Hussein was a dictator, but he had the country in one piece. Right? He had law and order in the country. Yes, I agree. He's a dictator. I don't endorse him at all. But now there's many tribes, many different Sunni, Shia, Kurds, so many different people. Especially with the war going on in Iran right now, Iraq is about to get destabilized.
I don't disagree that now we kleptocrats than corrupt, tyrannic kleptocrats. Sure. No, I'm not disagreeing with that.
So Iraq is at a fragile point right now. So when we say, okay, hope there's a democracy in Iraq after 20 years, and now you go invade the other country next door, and there's a huge majority Shia population in Iraq, you're destabilizing the whole entire region.
Hold on, serious. Let's be honest. The destabilization in Iraq, right? Even when it comes to the Shia, now a lot of people don't know this because I think a lot of the Shiites get this flack as well, and I think it's unfair. Many people don't know this, that the Shiites are also suffering. The Shiite Arabs in the south are also suffering from Iranian intervention and Iranian maneuvering as well as manipulation. That's what many people don't know. They are also under this. They're also suffering. It's not like people in the south, just because they're majority Shia, they're living a good life. No, they're actually having it even worse than the north, right? So the thing is, Iraq, because there was the Islamic regime, right? Iraq had a power vacuum that was more vulnerable. I don't know who's going to fill the power vacuum in Iran exactly. Taliban is not going to do it.
Hey, these niggas is boring, man. Hey, hold up. These niggas is boring as fuck. My whole job.
That's all you got?
Yeah, this shit is boring me.
Well, then go to another room.
Do you have a topic we found?
No, go to another room. You don't have to sit here and
I
listen.
just came up here for the people who, man. This shit is
Yeah, then go to another room. What is making you be here?
No.
Well, I think we finally got to the point that I made about destabilization. That it was not made better because it ended up being destabilized. But I'm gonna leave it right there. If someone has a new topic, or Patty, are you there? First Lady?
She's not here.
Not the room has been destabilized. Divine.
I'm joking. I wanted to make everybody laugh. I want to make y'all laugh. But I got nothing. I'm listening. We all got out of this. God, that's good right now.
You know what? I had seen a clip from the New York Times about residents in California whose homes are being affected by the landslides, and how nothing is necessarily really being done by the government in an effective way to help them stop their homes from flooding. It was actually really interesting.
I always tease Gemini. He's like, we got the best weather, this, that, and that. I said, yeah, let it rain, and y'all houses start sliding down the hill.
Yeah, just recalling from memory, one house used to be like appraised for like 1.2 million, and now it's like six figures, like in the low six figures, just because of the peril that has come, and they have actually stopped building within that area. People are trying to do their part to save homes, but the thing that I actually was shocked by was that the utilities, so like power, I believe water, have been cut to those areas. So some people are actually still living in these homes.
Well, I'm sorry, go ahead, Tiandra.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I was just going to say that it's going to get worse because El Nino is coming this year, and the discussions about whether or not it's going to be much stronger and have much more downpour this year. So, and it's not looking good for the Californians.
El Nino coming back?
What you talking about? I don't like the El Nino. Can we get somebody else, please? Come on, man. Come on. I don't like the Nino.
I just want to thank the mods for giving us the chance to speak. The Middle East can be a very, very sticky conversation. So it has a lot of ins and outs. It's tortuous. Sometimes even, I would say, insufferable. But thanks to the mods for giving us the chance, and everybody else for giving us their, precious time. Appreciate it, guys.
Go ahead.
I was just gonna say, you can respond to this. I think there's also just another conversation that came up in terms of like, how do you give something? How long do you think in terms of policy? I mean, I hear the current conversation just seems like very short term, right? But there are certain policies you do that are designed for long term. Do people just not see value in that? I'm just asking honestly.
I mean, if you define the objectives way ahead of them on the policy, maybe people can see that CEO. But if you have no objective, and then whatever happened in the future, 10, 30, 40 years, and then claim that as a win, how is that as a strategy? And that's what I'm having a problem with in your first initial argument, basically.
I'm just gonna go back to what Tianchi says and CEO on the phone. I don't think California is in decline trend. I think that California is just, blessed to be one so close to have such a high population, and three to also be very susceptible to climate change. But I think we're gonna see similar stories about environmental degradation in Florida or North Carolina, and just all across the American continent.
I love my state. I love California. I love Southern California. I don't know about the North California, but I love Southern California. But every step is shows. Like you said, climate change, overpopulation. That's really the problem that California is having. And the way the state has been run. It's like all those factors combined. We've always been susceptible to droughts, especially in Southern California. But it can't sustain many more people than it has right now. That's why I say decline. The population growth going over the next 10 years is not going to happen in California as it has in the previous 20. It's going to move to other places like Texas, Florida, Georgia, and North Carolina. That's what we see.
But I don't think California has a overpopulation issue. It has a more housing and infrastructure, new development issue, right? Because go ahead.
Where did you get that from, Trey? Because I'm reading something now.
Because
in the next 10 years, they're projections.
The state is going to grow. The state is going to grow the next 10 years, but the expected growth rate is dramatically lower than other parts of the country, like especially Texas, Georgia, North Carolina, and Florida.
I don't see that.
But is it
the population growth? Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry,
buddy. But is it a population issue, or is it a lack of new housing and new infrastructure issue?
That's what it actually says: infrastructure and housing. That's it.
Yeah. So
same thing.
No, I don't think they're the same thing, right? Because
the topography of the state, like some of these places, just for those who don't know, I grew up in Southern California. Some of those places where those homes were in hills, we were never supposed to build. I remember as a kid, they told us why we can't build in these, like the Topanga Hills, and where there are houses now. So the topography of the state, the wildfires, the mountains, as big of a state it is, it really doesn't have, it can't support the landmass. Then there is the water problem.
No, but
go ahead.
But like, I in my mind, I separate, political decisions that constrain housing and infrastructure development from just, rapid rises in population that cannot be supported by the resources of a particular region or location. Like California and multiple cities. I used to stay in North California, but multiple cities where have taken decisions that artificially constrain the density of housing in these California cities, as well as the type of housing. And so, to me, it doesn't make sense to say, this issue just because it's very populated. But it's the ability to build more housing, and thankfully, government and all of us have passed legislation to induce new building trend. So, I disagree with you if California is too full and there's no way to fix the issue. Because there are issues to fix. That's how you fix.
Let somebody else speak, and I know I speak too much.
No, go ahead, Jack.
Well, I'll read this. And I know y'all don't think I sell cars, but we look at this very acutely. Acutely, I don't even know if that's the right word. We look at this a lot.
I'm gonna kick your ass now. I'm not going. I'm sick of you at this point. You keep doing this shit. You think you slick.
We look at workplaces where populations are gonna grow, or when you build dealerships and building out, and you usually look out 5 to 10 years. So I'm just gonna read this. Texas is projected to significantly outpace California in population growth this decade, with projecting Texas could add over 8 million residents by 2050, while California's growth is expected to be minimal, roughly 500,000 to 3 million. Texas is poised to replace California as the most populous state by roughly 2045. And this is just one source, but there's multiple sources that are going to tell you the same thing. And we're starting to see that, it's happening right now.
You know, the place, we need to move, we all need to move to Chicago and the surrounding areas. That's going to be the play in 2050.
Stop.
Good. No.
Yes, let's all move to Chicago.
I'm super serious. It has good housing, abundant fresh water supply. The climate's going to get better as the earth warms. Chicago is where we're going to be.
Chicago, where it's at.
Not too much on our lakes.
No, it's a ghetto. No, don't come here.
We coming, brother.
My AI children, we're scared for our lives every single day. Our neighbors are shooting at us. No, it's horrible. Don't come here.
I ain't never been.
No, shooting at the AI kids, Lord. AI can't even be safe now.
I'm telling you, California's going to be on fire. Texas is going to be in a drought.
New York, Illinois.
New York, you're going to move inland to Chicago, buy a little bounce condo, go to the Gold Coast, enjoy the nice little temperate climate in the summer, do that.
They're great towns in Chicago.
You can still find great towns in Chicago under $1 million too. Yeah, I've seen one for $675. It's on the north side.
Makes sense.
What's going on? Also stay away from
We moved to Chicago,
don't go to places like Bronzeville. Just gang infested. Don't go there. Just leave it alone. MLK. Don't even go there.
We coming to gentrify that bitch. What you talking about?
It's already been gentrified. Don't come. It's wrong.
Thank you.
It's dangerous.
But you know what? To Mill's point, one of the things that was highlighted in the clip that I listened to was that a lot of people whose homes are being affected by landslides, they don't have coverage. So they either choose to leave or they just lose everything. It's just crazy. Now, some people are still moving to those communities just because they can't find housing at a reasonable price anywhere else. But it actually is really sad.
Getting fire insurance in California is insanity.
It's the same. It's fucking. And look, we need to. Look, I love New Orleans too. We should never built a city there.
It's like getting flood insurance in fucking Florida, though.
Yeah, flood insurance and hurricane insurance in Florida is ridiculous. It's ridiculous on the Gulf Coast. We as we plan out, we need to better pick the places where we choose to live.
America is where it's at. Everybody should just move to the middle of the country.
Well, not everywhere in the middle, but not everywhere in the middle.
We're starting to have drought. We're starting to have a major drought here in South Texas. Every place.
We can make worse less than the next New York City if we all get together for real. I don't know why y'all against it. We should all move to Nebraska or some shit.
Every place that's growing fast in the United States, like Arizona and Utah, is experiencing some sort of climate change.
You don't get enough.
No, Frank, keep going. Frank, keep going. You have the floor, Frank. You have the floor, Frank.
Trash cans are melting.
Oh, leave me alone.
Yeah, so every place that's growing in the United States is experiencing some sort of climate change event. So if you're planning to move, like think about that as you move to these places. I forgot about how big Arizona's growing to, but Arizona's got a problem. So
I can't go higher.
Water issues. Do you know where there's not water issues or fresh water issues? The Great Lakes. You have so much.
Get off the lakes. Get off the lakes.
So much fresh water.
yeah, but it's fucking cold.
But Trent, it's gonna get warmer. The whole world's gonna get warmer.
I'm talking to my boss right now. It's fucking 32 degrees up there. I ain't going up there.
Yeah, it is not 32 degrees right now.
I talked to him on Thursday. It was 32 degrees.
It's 61. What are you talking about?
When was it 32?
That was yesterday, but yesterday's not today.
Oh, see.
Yesterday is not today.
That was funny. That was funny.
Do you guys think that?
Same time that deterrence from going to Chicago. So let's go doing.
Like, California has this
Moderate legs. Y'all gotta stay off of them.
we're taking this.
I got family in Chicago, so I'll be fine.
California has its insurer of last resort, where they basically use state-funded money to provide fire insurance to homes that can't get reasonable insurance in the private markets. And I think Florida is also talking on the same thing. And I feel like somehow to me that's going to factor politically. I don't know whether or not it's actually going to be fighting about whether or not these programs should continue to exist. Because we're kind of subsidizing, new housing that's being built in areas that shouldn't be built in any event.
Saw something today. Florida is going to have major issues if this guy is right. Allegedly, a lot of the tech bros are going down there and opening up these huge data centers. And who knew? These data centers are using up all of the fresh water. They're using some kind of evaporative technology to keep the data centers cool. And they said that one data center uses the equivalent of 30 to 60,000 homes in one day. So be careful out there. I never liked Florida. We never moved there.
They're buying, China, they're putting the servers down in the ocean.
So those of you down in Florida, look it up. I don't know if it's a fact or not. Y'all be careful. Go ahead.
No, I was just saying that they're putting the servers down in the ocean now over in China so that they don't have to use of fresh water.
I don't know why we don't do it.
Just saying on the climate change stuff, I may sound a bit callous, but I've been thinking about whether or not we should just let the market run and make housing, like new housing in, fire-prone or flood-prone areas more unaffordable to induce people to live in other areas. I still need to think about it because it does sound really callous.
California is very expensive.
I know, but they still have that state insurance program as a backstop,
But there's nothing affordable about California now.
That's true, but shouldn't we be using state funding to subsidize housing in very fire-prone areas? Or should we use these financial tools to induce housing in better locations for people?
It's the latter. Trying to build in fire-prone areas has been a disaster.
I know, but then people are gonna argue, hey, you're destroying communities, or it's unfair for people because only certain people will be able to create programs that are equitable in how we, encourage people to live. I don't know.
That makes sense.
But it costs a lot, and we could be better served building new housing in better areas.
I agree.
Yeah, I was going to tell you, for the data centers in Florida, the reason why they're there is because the data centers run off of something called a glycol unit, and that's what cools the data centers, so it keeps it from overheating. Most of Google's data centers are on ships to help with that cooling and have access to that water.
Good info.
Miami's seems like such a fun place.
By the way, the state expected to decline the most is Illinois, I think. I think that's the next thing.
Never mind.
The state expected.
What you said now?
Oh, you said Florida looks like a fun place.
Miami is very fun. Oh Lord, First Lady, this is what you've been trying to get into all day. Just loose out.
Hurricane.
Did y'all talk about that France said no after that could be sending the ships to the Strait of Hormuz?
They didn't say no. They said they're going to send ships, and then they said they weren't going to participate.
You always got all the answers.
Well,
You can be the first person to answer a question or have a statement after somebody say something.
Because I read.
Dang, do you?
Yeah.
Okay.
The thing about it.
well, so I think Joe was going to give an answer up.
See, you gonna stop fucking playing with me, see? I'm sick of you.
Divine, you see what she asked for, right, Divine? Until she stops calling me old lady, it's gonna be like this all year. It will not stop. It will not stop. It will not stop.
Hold on, can I say something really quick? I think the problem is, and Ben hit it on the head yesterday. Why are we even asking for help? The amount of money we spend, we have the best this, the best that, and we looking like, the dude at Burger King holding his dog and talking about fair game. It's just not adding up. Why can't we do this alone? He said we could, and now we can't. We look crazy in this game. What's going on?
Divine, not only that, wasn't he said that he doesn't need the British carrier to come in?
Nobody did. He did say that. But the truth of the matter is though that Iran countered and said, if you're not going to war with us, you can use the strait. So France is good. There's no reason for them to send ships if they're good to go. So Iran kind of undercut his whole thing.
Exactly. That's exactly what I was going to say. Thank you, CEO.
That is not what you were going to say. You lied.
He still, look, the ships are still going. Colonel says he's still sending 10 warships to the Strait and to the Red Sea, but for defensive purposes only after things have calmed down, which doesn't even make any fucking sense. like once it's over, then we'll protect things. Like Van said, Goat did say it, Van did say it. The French and the Europeans talk out of two sides of their mouth, and it is hard to understand what they think.
Did you guys see did you guys see the Chinese massive 2,000 boat formations just off the coast of Taiwan? Did you guys see that?
I heard about it. It's
Yeah.
about to happen, right?
Well, no, I don't know, but the Chinese, what they did is they sent out 2,000. They said, fishing boats, right? And you can Google this right now. There's satellite imagery of it, and it's 2,000 of them, and they made a giant, perfect rectangle just off the shores, like between Taiwan and China and Japan, and they held that formation for 3 hours, and then the ships broke off and went about their business and did whatever they did. But it's freaky, man. It just happened like 2 days ago. You have to Google this shit. It's nuts.
Are you talking about fishing boats, or are you talking about military boats, military ships?
So what the Chinese have been doing is they've been sending out these quote unquote fishing boats, and sending them into waters that are supposed to be governed by Korea or Japan or Taiwan or the Philippines or Vietnam. And they send them out, and they've been doing this for like the last 15 years and measuring, seeing what the neighboring countries do. And they gather information from this. But no, these boats they look like they're fishing ships. But the idea is that, of course, they work for the Chinese government. They're kind of semi in disguise, but everybody knows that they're military boats. And the idea is that they're going to be used to make a blockade around Taiwan, right? Instead of a full invasion. And so if you have a blockade, so let's say, for example, this war continues on for like a year, right? Like the Japanese have 8 months worth of oil and gas to survive. And the Taiwanese even less so. All of East Asia, none of these guys have their own oil and gas whatsoever. They just don't have it. And so the idea is that if they're starved of oil and gas, and the Chinese further this by putting a blockade around Taiwan, they can get whatever they want. But I'll throw it down in the bottom, this link. It's amazing, actually, how they created this perfect square in the middle of the ocean. It's like hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of miles from north to south and east to west. Yeah.
They've been doing that for a long time now. All off the coast of Chile, Latin America, in Africa, they just come and descend, and they will get all the fish and everything else. Like that's mass fishing. It's happening. They've been doing that now for years. They just come in a couple hours, and they just leave and get all the fish, take off. So I seen this story like a year ago. They doing that in South America.
No, I know. Take a look at this. I'll drop it in the bottom. It's like a perfect square. Watch the video. It's fascinating.
It is fascinating. I saw it a couple days ago. But there is breaking news on the Wall Street Journal that on the Strait of Hormuz, saying that the president is planning to announce a coalition of countries that will escort ships through the Strait of Hormuz this week. That is just not breaking.
Yeah, that's not possible. So if Iran doesn't want boats to go through, they won't go through. And what Trump has to do is he has to convince companies like AIG, right, that they won't lose money by insuring boats to go through.
Where?
It's breaking. Yeah, AIG. Yeah.
Hang on, perfumer. Hey, that's where it just broke from I wouldn't have said anything, but it is from the Wall Street Journal. And it just
Yeah, Trump has to convince AIG and other massive, like these huge insurance companies. Like these are insurance companies that insure other insurance companies. That's how big they are. So they insure these massive tankers, but they won't take any risk. So unless you can convince these guys that there's not going to be an attack, there's no way they're going to send them through. And the Strait of Hormuz is only 30 miles across, but what a lot of people don't know is actually the area that's carved out, like the bottom of the Strait of Hormuz, I think it's only like 15 kilometers, like 10 miles wide. It's basically a highway that you can actually go through. You can't bring these boats any closer to the shores, north or south. You have to go through a very specific passage in the Strait of Hormuz. I don't see it. I don't see how it's possible to figure that out.
or FEMA, I'll be with you, unless the United States has guaranteed these insurance companies and these shipbuilders that they will pay time and a half or unit and a half for said ship if it's lost. So these ships cost around $75 to $100 million. If the Trump administration says we guarantee safe passage if you lose your ship, we'll pay you $150 million, that will make people say, maybe it's worth the risk.
Yeah, maybe. Unless one of these ships are sunk in the middle of this passage and then actually nobody can get by because there's not enough depth. I don't see it happening. Anyways, we have a disagreement of opinion. I don't see how anybody can make this promise. I don't see how it's possible. I mean, there's like, if you go there right now, right? I remember during COVID, right? I used to live in Vancouver, and during COVID, everything kind of slowed down. I don't know if any of you guys lived by a large port or a seaside city during COVID, but if you stood on the beach and you looked out into the ocean, you could see like dozens and dozens and dozens of these like giant cargo ships just sitting and waiting, right? Because what happened is like a lot of the union members were sick. And all these boats were parked out there. That's what the Strait of Hormuz is basically like. It's just a giant parking lot right now. So if you like stood on the shore and you looked out into the Persian Gulf, you'll see them there just waiting around. You know, the crew jerking off, watching TV, just trying to see if they can get through or not.
All right, I heard that too, Jeff. Brother, I'm in your favorite place. Costco.
God bless.
Bring it down. Yeah.
I'm making some gas while you're here too.
I got mine. I got my gas last week. The beginning of last week.
Oh shit, yeah, I gotta get my tickets to Japan now. If I don't do that now, I'm fucked if I buy it later. Yeah.
First lady, what's the gas like at that Costco? It was $4. Like $4 last week? Yeah, for premium. Oh, for premium, okay. Yeah.
In England, it's doubled.
I got it. It was $3.45 this morning when I got it in Maryland. But that was regular. Yeah, I'm used to paying $3.45 for premium. Yeah.
Huge problem with this war is like the entire world, right? They want this war to be ended soon because of the gas prices, of the effects of the economy, right? Second, third, fourth order consequences, right? So everybody wants the war to finish soon, but Israel doesn't want to finish soon because their concern is that uranium, and they are genuinely paranoid about this uranium. They can't find it. After this attack, that uranium could be stuck way hundreds and hundreds of feet underground, or it could be like parts of it could be in fucking Pakistan or in Iraq or other countries or in Russia. Who knows where it is, right? But Netanyahu, whether he's right or wrong, I don't know, he's super, super paranoid that now that Iran's been attacked, given the chance, the DC will surely create an atomic bomb now to keep people from attacking them, right? Like they're really pissed off, obviously. So it's like this weird catch-22 situation where Israel can't afford to allow the IRGC to possibly continue ruling the country, but the rest of the world can't afford to let this war to keep going on. So it's a fucking sticky situation, right? It's like an impossible situation. And then, so I think what Iran's tactic is going to be is to try to create a wedge in between in between the United States and Israel, and create a wedge between the United States and all the rest of the West. So it's like the other guy was saying in here, like if you're from France and you say, hey, I'm going to kick out my American ambassador, I'm not going to be friends with the States anymore, Iran will say, go ahead, you can take your ships in and out here, no problem. We'll even sell you this, sell you this oil for like a cheaper price, right? So they're trying to craft this wedge in between all the different allies in the West. That's why I don't think Iran will ever do some kind of terrorist attack in the United States. Nothing big, because the last thing they want to do is actually unify the American people, right? They want to try to. Yeah.
Good question. Did you think that the United States could pull out Maduro without any bloodshed?
Maduro?
Yeah, did you think that the United States, prior to it happening, did you think that the United States...
100%. 100%. No, I didn't think it was going to happen, but I mean, Maduro's nothing. Like, that's nothing compared to Iran, right? Like, there's nothing that you can't compare them, right?
Oh, they're not? Okay, they're not saying. So...
No.
You made the statement on the stream.
Why did you bring that up?
Because he made the statement on the stream. So I'm asking, so I'm trying to understand what his perception was. So
the difference, yeah.
Yeah, if you couldn't imagine, you're saying that you could imagine Venezuela. You can't imagine a scenario in which tankers are moving through the strait with U.S. with a coalition of protection. That's beyond your imagination.
That's beyond my imagination. It has to do with geography.
Okay.
Yeah, because the shores along, so Google it right now, all of the bedrock and all of the shores, both from the north and the south part of the Persian Gulf, it's all granite. Like if you dig underneath the sand, you hit granite. And there's tens of thousands of like basically what you could call fucking Persian or Iranian hillbillies that live in little shacks all along the shore. So there's no major cities. You can Google this, you can see there's no major cities along the shores there, because you can't actually dig in the ground, you can't put water systems, anything like that. It's really hard to even dig wells. But these fuckers, they live in these tiny little shacks with tiny little tunnels that are dug deep into the side of the cliffs of the Persian Gulf. And way in there, they like camp out, they live in there, they have their little house. I know, it's like crazy, it's like a little bat cave. And they have little boats, little speed boats with torpedoes and mines. And all their job is to do is like mine this fucking, is to mine the Persian Gulf and to slip in these tiny little underwater drones. So they're like these little like hillbillies that live inside of these caves that are pocketed along the granite cliffs along the shores of the Persian Gulf. It's crazy. It's a crazy geography. You can look up all this stuff that I said. It's all true.
So what happened once?
Let me ask you one more question. I got to ask about the Iranian hillbillies. So what you're saying is the United States and Israel, with their drone technology over those hills, and a coalition of some of the most advanced warships in the strait, wouldn't be able to detect these hillbillies.
Oh, they can detect them, but apparently there's about 6,000 of them.
Okay, 6,000. So, so then why aren't the hillbillies shooting the tankers that are moving through the strait right now?
Well, they did, a couple of them.
Yeah, but there's still tankers, right now, there's still tankers transiting through the strait as we speak, so why aren't they hitting?
Well, it's like, because I said, it's like they want to create a wedge between the United States and other countries.
Trent, there's 16 ships right now been blown up, like as of 2 days ago, as per the New York Times.
Yeah, I'm over.
Okay. So what, I got a follow-up question for you, Trent. Then. So say this coalition and see these boats coming in or ships, and first one get blown up. What do you think happens to the coalition? What do you think?
If a tanker gets blown up while the coalition probably stop moving the oil. They'll probably try to come up with something different.
And what is that something different is at this moment? What is the best strategy right now for this? Like, what is plan B?
The strategy is? You asked me what I think the best strategy is?
Yes, in your opinion, please.
You're going to, I got two different strategies. One is you're going to the nuclear sites that you got to send in a commando team and get the nuclear material out and end this. That's one strategy. I think that's probably the best strategy. Your other strategy is that you arm to the teeth as much as you can resistance forces, and you begin an immediate invasion to overthrow the regime.
I'm just clarifying my question. I'm talking strictly on the Strait of Hormuz. I'm not talking about the nuclear. I'm not talking about anything else. How ships can get in and out? If the first one gets blown out, what is plan B? What is the strategy to open it up?
There is no plan B. If you send in a group of warships, the most advanced warships, you got Reaper drones and you got, F-35s flying up and F-22s up all around this strait, and, Black Hawks and Apaches or whatever it is, if you got all this over this strait and they're still able to blow up a tanker, your only other alternative, one, settle this, bow out gracefully, pick up your toys and leave. Two, you get the nuclear stuff and you leave. Or three, you go for a full-scale regime change. That's it.
Yeah, I think Iran feels like the only option, Israel feels that the only option for them is a full-scale regime change. And if that's the case, Iran is armed to the teeth, way more intelligent, more technically advanced than like Iraq ever was, right? It's 5 times bigger, and it's all mountains. It's not even like it's 1 million times more power. Like what happened after the Iraqi war is that the Iranians basically made Iraq like a province of theirs, right? So if there is a full-scale invasion, that's going to be 1 million people, 1 million men, or 2 million men, all of the entire U.S. military, and that's going to be 20 years, which is what I think is going to happen. I think that's going to end up happening. But I'm just a fucking armchair dude, right? Chad, did you take a look at the picture of the Persian Gulf? I got satellite imagery down there. And if all you have to do is like Google shores of the Persian Gulf, and you'll see that it's all stone and granite. Like there's not even that much sand on beaches there. Some areas are nice, some areas are like resort-like, but or if you Google like Persian Gulf Islands, you'll see it's all caves and rock formations, right? And that's where all these like these Iranian dudes live in the caves with their tiny little boats, 6,000 of them, and they're doing, I completely agree with you. Like the United States military is the most capable, most largest army ever to exist in the entire world. But every single army, doesn't matter how big you are, has a limit, right? And right now, what Iran is doing is kind of a masterclass in asymmetrical warfare. And it could change tomorrow. I don't know. I'm just giving my opinion, Chad. And I can't dispute that America has the most powerful army in the world. Nobody can dispute that.
I was looking at the contract future markets for oils last night, and the barrel of oil all the way up to November this year is going to be above $8. That's substantially higher than 2 weeks ago, where it was $60, top 60 is mid 70s, max top 60s, I think that it was. So the futures market, what they're saying is basically this is not going to end sometime soon. This is, as long as this is a stalemate situation at the Strait of Hormuz, the oil prices will remain higher. It's going all the way to November, election year, midterms, and Donald Trump has no options. I think to response that I got from Trent to say, hey, we're going to either go all in or all out, gun blazing. I think there's a room for negotiation. I think that's what I would say. Can you sit down with them again?
No, but they want the United States to pull out every single American base. Like, that's what they're saying.
Well, you can negotiate, you can at least cease fire, conditionally open the Strait of Hormuz while we're talking, and let's chat. Let's talk about it. Like, I mean, is that an option? Is that a feasible option?
They're not going to open it up. They're not going to allow it. The troops near it.
Well, at least they can allow limited. I mean,
they are.
What I'm trying to say to you is that you cannot judge the outcome of a negotiation before even the negotiation happens.
Right. Yeah, but the Hormuz Strait is not closed. Not at all. Not even close to being closed. It's closed to the United States and to the Gulf countries, and it's closed to people that Iran thinks that are helping the United States. That's who it's close to. Everybody else, it's open.
This is me, power to the room. What's that? Hopefully I'm not cutting nobody.
I just gotta say, sending me pictures of anything is like telling Noah it's raining. Like I've seen it. I've seen every assessment. And I'm with you on a lot of. I agree with you on a lot of things. I do think they're going to end up getting the straight open. I don't see the U.S. or Iran negotiating. And we have killed, somebody put in the chat, we have eliminated more, at this point, it's way more than 50 of their top leadership. There's an estimate that there's 10,000 IRGC dead in this conflict. I don't see why Iran would negotiate. Well, I do see why. Let me take that back. There is a report out now, I think it was NBC News, that there are now divisions within the leadership of Iran. There are some moderates that want to seek negotiations, and then there's some hardliners that think that they should continue on. But if Iran loses control of the strait, then I think the regime falls.
What I'm trying to say, Trent, is yes, there's no direct negotiation. There's no way in hell there's going to be any direct negotiation between the U.S. and Iran. But there's always the European Union and China that can be the mediators of these negotiations. There's a role to be played with them. And any concessions from both sides, ceasefire, limited opening of Strait of Hormuz, maybe that will start going. It's the optimistic part of me saying there is always going to be a room to talk, but there's not going to be a direct talks. China has a massive influence. Russia has a massive, well, Russia's benefited from this, they don't care. And European Union has massive influence into this. The French, the European Union overall. So it cannot be direct talks, but yet it could be mediated by Europe and China. And I'm hoping, rather than losing so many people's lives from both sides, innocent lives, let's talk, let's sit down, let's figure out a way out of this.
So you think this is fun? It's become about bodies or bags. When I say bags, I mean money. If I'm not cutting anybody else, but I'll pause and sit in my chair until it's on me. Salute to the room, shout out to the mods. Peace to the house, power to the house. But I'll pause because I have questions too because I'm watching this. Wars and wars and follow the money. Always follow the money.
But there is also a different thing, a really abstract part to this, and as dumb as it sounds, there's also pride to do with it. each one of the parties, Israel, the United States, and Iran, are very, very proud peoples. So that's kind of part of the equation too, right? It's the money, but it's also who wants to have control over their neighborhood, right? This neighborhood. That's kind of the emotional part of the equation.
See, that's what the money affects. When it doesn't affect, I just heard Lindsey Graham. You know, I'm out of North America, if you don't know. So I'm doing my 1-2. You know, I'm seeing straight out news, but I'm also looking at the Arabian Sea. Now, when I look at that landmass, if you can get your GI, you can get your map in your head. We have Pakistan right there in the corner. I think they're nuclear power, right, in the south. And right there's Oman, O-M-A-N. I don't know where they at in this war. I don't know where they at because Iran is landlocked itself for the north and the south, right? Let's get our get your map in your head. So I want to see what I'm looking for, what I'm trying to understand. Okay, we sent 2 aircraft carriers, right? The U.S. sent 2 aircraft carriers to cover the north and the south. So Oman is right there. I know Yemen is right there. We already know how Yemen rocking. You know what I mean? What they doing. But right next to them you have Oman, and across the little channel you have Pakistan sitting right there. That, you know, when we look at that straight out news, we gotta look at the bottom part too. That's just me. That's just how my mind goes when it goes wars.
Yeah.
And when I say the money, go ahead. You got something on that? Like what
Well, I was gonna say, yeah. So Oman, the Gulf countries, Oman, Kuwait, Abu Dhabi, Dubai, those cities.
No, I want to focus on because
right.
Saudi Arabia, you know, they getting what they getting. But when we look at the entry level, so I got to look at the bottom, and I'm gonna look at Oman. I'm gonna stick with Pakistan because I think that opens up a whole. You see what I'm saying? That opens up a whole nother. They can shut down or they can allow it to.
Yeah, let's talk about Oman. Oman's a very weak country, relatively speaking. Oman and all these Gulf countries. So what they did is about 35 years ago, I think, starting, they made a deal with the United States. They said, hey, United States said, hey, let us put military bases in your backyard, and in exchange for allowing us to put military bases in your backyard, we're going to protect you. Right? Primarily, who are we going to protect you from? We're going to protect you from Iran. Now, the problem is that the United States did not keep their promise. Iran is on the daily, invading the airspace of these countries, and the U.S. military bases in these countries are not protecting them. So, yeah, Iran is being intelligent because what they're basically sending the signal, they're saying, look, it's because of these U.S. bases that you have on your land that you're getting attacked. So being friends with the United States is not an asset. It is a detriment to you. It's not a good thing to have these bases.
You're being targeted. That's why
you're being targeted. Yeah.
That's why you get my PTR. This is all the sources up there. If you blow it up, you want to screenshot, whatever. But this is a week ago. But they're saying it cost $1 billion. So what you do, like I said, the money part of it, you call something private. My mind cannot get off the movie 300. Like my mind keep going to the movie 300 when the person, they came and got a degree, but they channeled them into a small corridor. And this is the same thing that we seen in real life in our time, not a movie. We see you can have a large army, but it can be strong because nothing can get through. And this is, I think, where the power is happening. And then I had to look at the South. That's why I brought it up.
It's a good analogy. The Strait of Hormuz is like that.
I could have said anything that could
It seems to me you have solid data. You have a limited knowledge about Iran in particular and Middle East.
in general.
No, I'm not attacking. I'm not attacking it. What I'm trying to say is that this movie shows a corridor.
No. Actually, hold on, Actually, your analysis was completely wrong because probably both of you do not know anything about the Middle East.
Well, you can try to do it. No problem.
No, yes, of course. Actually, hold on. Let me just correct this. What actually? Hold on. What actually U.S. is doing here is very smart. Remember, before the start of the war, a lot of these Arab countries goes behind Iran and say no to war. Okay, and U.S. for sure is defending these countries, but some of these missiles are drone hitting those countries, and it's kind of ruining the economy of these countries, especially the ones that are based on the oil. So what it says the message? Yes, what is it says the message, especially to Saudi Arabia and UAE, which are trying to move away from the oil-based economy and become the technology hub and data centers, which 10 to 15% by 2030 is if such a bad player like Islamic Republic regime stay in this Middle East region, they probably is going to be a huge mistake for them because nobody come like Amazon. If you read the news, Amazon, Google kind of shut down. Even Bank of America shut down their centers, and this scares the foreign investors. So what they want right now, they are forming coalition against Islamic Republic, and this is good because they know if they continue this way, if they go and support Islamic Republic and US kind of withdraw from this war in the middle, they probably gonna go back and become kind of the proxy type groups like the Hezbollah or the Houthi and shoot the missile once a while and nobody come and there for anything to investment.
So let me ask you this, Fred. Yeah, what do you think? Coming out of that area, like I said, I want to deal with, like I said, my thing was dealing with Oman and Pakistan, the Arabian Sea, because we talking about the north and I'm looking at the southern, and I understand that Pakistan may be a nuclear weaponized country, and then you have Oman, that's a body of water, because Iran on the east, on the west and the east is surrounded by mountains. Now you look at the north and the south, that's water, a small body of water. My question is this, because we're moving like Rome. My question is this: do you think? Because like you say, I'm not from there, and I don't know. I just got this one question for you. Because sorry, you from there. Do you think that the so-called, well, I'm gonna say the Shia and the Sunni will engage together and become one?
No, of course not. Of course not. Because hold on.
Shut the fuck up for a second.
Hold on.
Hold on, you. Patty, Mom is talking. Shut the fuck up for a second. Go on, Patty. Your mic is low.
Hold on. The Sunni are
because he knows where all the eggs are.
The Sunni
eggs left. Wasn't there 2 eggs left?
Hold on.
So the dragon.
Yeah, hold on. The Sunni are in Pakistan and Afghanistan are majorly are the Wahhabi, and they are kind of against the Shia.
Fred,
yes,
go. Patty, before you say anything else, go ahead, Patty.
I was asking about the eggs that they have in the mountains that will be hatched when she comes back. And then they're going to come out the mountains and blow fire. Can you answer that for me?
See what the games are throws on. Go ahead, Fred.
So overall, what is back you asked
because of that kingdom was Iran.
Yeah, that's correct. Yes, that's correct. So what's the back is that the Sunni overall are against the Shia, especially those are Wahhabi, and they kind of not in favor of cheese here. So what is important to understand is United States is going to boot on the ground and probably take control of the Heart Island. Not because of just army or military standpoint, but because 90% of the oil in Iran comes from that island. And if they take a control over it, economically and financially, the Islamic Republic regime is done. Okay? Because they cannot do, because their economy are hugely based on the oil. Okay? And besides of that, they're not going to take over that island only because they need to go over the coastline that connected to that island to make sure there is not any threat from that. And when they take over that,
if they take over the island, what they say they took over, what they did, and they said that the plan this was 40 years. You don't think that was in the game plan dealing with Iran? Like this is the Persian military. I mean, I'm just
I'm the Iranian.
And the game plan to have another out. Like I don't want my soldiers, our soldiers to be out here.
Yeah, you understand.
I got family in the military. I really think that wasn't okay. You're gonna take over the oil because that's what you do. Infrastructure, waters and wars. You gonna get the vital things. You don't think they already thought about that 40 years ago?
No, because right now the Islamic Republic regime are on the weakest point at the moment. Okay, I'm Iranian and I know that the power of our army. We are like, to be honest, it is bad to say, but it's a tiger paper. When they lost all of their proxy groups, it's a tiger paper. We don't have any kind of air defense or any fighter jets. We don't have any. They are ruined or they are 50 years old. Back to the Shah time. We don't have any navy anymore. And the military-wise, if they take over the island, you need to remember, 8,000 people still live there, okay? And if they're gonna bombard, they need to kill their own people and also ruin all of the 90% of the infrastructures, which they're not gonna do that, okay? So
you think that the U.S. will Hold on, because we're running on to different things. Fred, you're making some good points that I actually agree with. So let's just stay on that.
But what about Arya and the many faces with the God thing?
Good. Patty?
What is the girl is knowing storyline?
Patty doesn't like war stuff.
Patty does like war stuff. But Fred, should the United States take Card Island, as you're saying? And these are
I think you need to take the house of black and white.
And these are Azaz Iranians? How do we continue to pump the oil? Will these 8,000 people that are on the island continue to work and pump the oil if we take that island? That's the question.
No, there is not about that pumping the oil. The first point is controlling the Strait of Hormuz. The Heart is the first one that they're going to take over, okay? And when they take over, to some extent, they will be able to push economically Iran under its knees, Islamic Republic regime, and then they take gradually over the other island, especially the ones in the Abu Musa and the others, kind of one closer to UAE. Because the main goal here is control of the Strait of Hormuz to be able to let the oil passage be open and bring the price of the oil down. And remember, we are entering to the phase 2 or 3 of the war. Most of the military has gone, and now they are going to after the kind of personnel in Iran, and we see a lot of the drone that's hitting these police personnel in the streets. And after that, we kind of see when these top leadership, all of these gone, and also the Strait of Hormuz come to the control, there is a power here which US can push more. Okay, go ahead. What's that?
My question is, how do they control this strait right now?
The Strait of Hormuz right now, they first ruined the Navy. Okay.
Okay, no, I'm asking you, listen, chill out for a second. I'm asking how Iran is now controlling the
Strait of Hormuz? Are they have like arrows, or like how they control it?
But what arrow?
No, I'm asking you how they control it because you are military expert.
They're using the kind of some of the boats for putting the mines at the moment, and most of these comes from these islands.
What about drones and missiles?
Dude, let me just put it. Actually, I put it.
Answer me the question.
No, because dude, I know you are the Arab, and it's obvious that you are pro-Islamic Republic regime. Okay, no, I'm answering. Yes, I'm Arab. I'm not Arab.
I'm not Arab.
Of course. I see it in here.
So,
He's not Arab, he's Serbian.
So, are they throwing the drones and the rockets on the boats? Or it's only mines?
So it's majorly mines, and there is some drones, and still there is some missiles. But if you take a look at it, still they are shooting the launchers and army bases that they shoot and reserve these kind of the military assets like the drones, and also the kind of this short range missiles. So by taking over these, that's what I'm saying. Taking the island is strategic.
Okay, but are we putting the missiles from those islands? It's a question.
No, it's from that's a good point. No, it's from the Ahvaz, it's from the Bandar Abbas, and that's why they try to go from the coastline, also take over the coastline. Also, they bombarding right now the coastline, and they will take over maybe 100 kilometers. They're gonna put there, for example, no flight zone for 100 kilometers from the coastline, and anything moves there, they're gonna hit it. Okay, and also I assume that because there is a navy from Japan coming, the 5,000 I remember. I assume over time, when it becomes safer, they take over this coastline also, and then because I think the ballistic missiles is not gonna be many of those, only the short.
Let me answer the last question. So how much time do you think America needs to do invasion on that island and go 100 kilometers into land?
I don't know exactly, but nobody knows, because at least the war is going to continue for 3 weeks. And if remember this, if they take the control of the Hormuz by any ways, this war is going to be longer, because they can control the price of the oil. Okay? And I would say that maybe the United States takes back, but Israel is going to continue.
Okay.
And the United States is going to be only assist in defensive way, because they nearly ruined all of the army center, and Israel is going to be the offensive force.
So basically, that America needs to put the boots on the ground, right?
Oh, of course, in 3 weeks, I'm pretty sure in 3 weeks they're going to do that.
Okay.
I agree 100%.
I disagree with that. I disagree. Who's insuring this?
Hold on,
Who's the money? Who's insuring? Nobody's insuring.
For a few minutes.
Hold on. 1 second, let me ask him one clear question, because what this man has said, I know some people in the chat disagree. Some shit he said, I think he's absolutely cooking on. Fred, so are you saying that the amphibious assault team, which we're talking about the San Antonio class assault team coming out of Japan, are you saying that they are going to land up in the mountains of the Iranian Strait to control the strait, or are they going to land on Karg Island? What is your assessment?
The first one is going to be the Karg Island, because there is 8,000 still civilian lives there, and the army bases is gone. So they control the financial resources of the Iran. Okay, and over time, when they take over, that because they keep doing bombarding, the carpet bombing of the coastline, they probably take over that the coastline, and they put the no-fly zone for about probably 100 kilometer or 200 kilometer, and then they just control of the Iran, because there's no money comes and go out. This is going to happen, I believe, in 3 weeks. I might be wrong, nobody can predict. But based on what I see, hold on, Farhad, you just give me a few minutes. But based on what I see, Iran army, a strategic army, from the drone, I put the link maybe in chat, from the ballistic missiles significantly reduced, and it's about the 4,000 people from the army has been killed. Okay, so, and remember that for fall of the governments, there might be some people from the army who are not, by heart follow the government, they will be separated.
Perhaps, how is this drones right now are getting intercepted, right, if they hit in all the Gulf states? So what that means about this 100-kilometer radius that you're talking about? What if that's true and the Americans have air superiority, why these drones are not intercepted at this time?
Yeah, that's a good point. So you need to compare the most recent, maybe last few days, okay, compared to the first days of the war. You see that a lot of the ballistic missile, a lot of the drones that are kind of shoots from Iran to any of these Arabic nations or Israel are intercepted. Okay, and this is still based on not receiving any Ukrainian kind of technology for the following this. So what I would say is, remember, Iran doesn't have unlimited supplies of these. Okay, they don't have an unlimited supply of these, and compare the number of the missile and drone by now they have shoot 4,000 in combined. So they don't have unlimited, and that's why you see from 900 in day one they have get to the 40 or 30 right now.
Hey, so I have a question.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, I understand the plan is to take over the island. I mean, it might be possible, it might not. Of course, it'll be difficult. We'll have to see. And just to let you know personally, I know the IRGC is very evil. Actually, my personal opinion is that Trump is crazy. I think Netanyahu is evil, and I think IRGC is evil too. So these three guys are kind of holding the world hostage,
Actually, personally, actually, I think they are doing a favor to the world.
Sure, yeah.
To be honest, because sorry, Trump, just one more. Remember, if these Islamic Republic regime, what they did to the Arabic nations, okay, if they have the nuclear power, they show how devil they are, okay, because they kind of follow the ideology they believe they need to kind of fight the cover or anything out of the world. Netanyahu, for his own national interest of his country, and also Trump, for national interest of the United States, is doing a favor to whole world to get rid of this regime.
I understand from your perspective, host. I have to disagree with you. I don't think that Iran itself is a threat to, it might be a threat to definitely its neighbors, but I don't think it's a threat to North America whatsoever. But we'll have to disagree. We'll have to agree to disagree. I think Netanyahu dragged the United States into another crazy war, and a lot of people feel that way, but again, I can understand from your perspective. I know that the IRGC is evil because I've spoken with so many Persian people, especially when I lived in Vancouver. So I understand, and I can understand also from the fucking Israeli perspective that. So that's what I wanted to talk to you about, because the Israelis cannot live without finding this. They cannot live without finding the uranium, right? There's no way. They're super paranoid. They were paranoid, and now. They have a real hatred for each other, Iran and Israel for sure now.
Not Iran. Islamists.
Yes.
We are not Islam.
IRGC. No, I'm glad you correct me. That's right. The IRGC, right? So they have zero trust. So of course Israel's going to try to change the government. How do you see that? Because I don't think Israel is big enough, but. They don't have enough men to put on the ground to change. Now, I could be wrong, but I don't think.
You're disconnected. I cannot hear you. Guys, can you hear him?
No, so I'll ask you, what is North America? What does North America have?
simple question he's asking is how are they going to change the regime without putting ground troops in?
Yeah, the Israelis will have to put
they put on the ground, because the regime has lost its influence among people. The regime that kills thousands of its own citizens is losing their legitimacy. So
for sure, but how is Israel going to put enough troops on the ground to change over the IRGC to get them out?
You see, the regime doesn't have any support of its own. So it's not a classic war. Two countries are fighting each other. This is not the case. The Iranian people, they are fighting against their own government. That's why, they lost, in some accounts, 90,000 people in 2 days. So the regime is killing people. So how do you?
Yeah, we understand that. That wasn't my question. Do you think that Israel has enough troops to put on the ground?
They don't need troops. That's what I'm answering your question. You're not listening. They don't need troops on the ground. The troops are Iranian people themselves. Because they are against the regime.
They're not doing that.
So why
is America so concerned with it? That's none of our business.
Iranian people, they went to the streets, they demonstrated against this regime. If you like it or not, that's reality. I understand you are against the Jewish, you are against Israel, but Iranian people are different. They're fed up with this regime.
Hold on,
This is
a wrong point.
Just hold on. So the people of Iran went to the streets, demonstrated against this regime peacefully. They killed thousands of people. This is the reality. You cannot convince me that, this regime...
Why is American groups need to be there? That's not...
Farhad, I agree.
Please, just hold on. You talked about the FARC. FARC is completely different than the Strait of Hormuz. It's about 700 kilometers away. FARC is just the oil export from Iran. So when they control that one, Iran has no income. Has nothing to do with the Strait of Hormuz. The Strait of Hormuz is not closed. It's not closed. Out of 10 ships, they managed to mine maybe one. If they hit one, nobody's going to go through it. Because they are scared.
I do with diesel. I tell you something real. I saw diesel go up 3 times in one day.
They're not going to go.
I saw diesel price.
Okay, no. Hold on.
No. I'm not holding on. I saw diesel go up 3 times in one day. It went up 10 cents. It went up 20 cents. It went up 30 cents. I deal with diesel because we transport that. So ain't nobody gonna tell me, no, I only hear that. I'm talking about from North America. Hold up. Now we at $5 in my area, but it's at $8. It's at $10 already. So ain't nobody gonna tell me nothing if I say watch the money. But people talking about watch your wallet and your pocketbook, and I'm asking y'all, why we over there? Because it's over there.
That the regime of
I know what I paid. I got the receipts. I'm a boss. I run the company. So I'm looking at the damn receipts. So you gonna tell me that?
What is your damn question?
My question is, what is the reason that North America is in here?
Okay, so let me ask you. Hold on.
Watch XOM, family. Watch XOM. No, I'm talking about people from here.
I'm gonna answer your question.
Okay, Pause. Let me tell my people. I want y'all to go look at XOM on the stock market. I saw it trading $30 in one day.
No, are you American?
No, absolutely. They're real American.
Okay, so then you understand.
Okay, so
hold on. I was trying to speak to my people about where they're going at.
What's your problem? You don't want
My question is, what is this benefit? What is this benefit?
Hold on, you don't want the war, right?
I don't want to get that work.
ask you a question. Answer that. Why, hold on, Baba. Please stop. Please. So what is the benefits of this? That was a good question, actually. What is the rationale for U.S. Kind of following regime change about Iran? Hold on. Okay, I understand. Don't be emotional. Hold on. Okay, hold on. Okay, no, hold on. Please stop. So, this is a legitimate question.
They are saying that we don't want boots on the ground. There is no boots on the ground.
No, the question he asked, it wasn't about this. He said no. He asked a different question. No. The question asked, he said, why? No. The question he asked, he said, why U.S. need to get involved? Okay, so this is a very valid question.
He doesn't want the war with Iran.
Yes, this is a valid question. Hold on, this is a valid question he asked. Okay. So this is important you understand that. This is important. Can you just mute, Baba.
The result of this negotiation.
No, he didn't ask this question.
I'm asking them, not you.
No. Just mute. Hold on. No. He asked. No, he asked why. Hold on. He asked why.
Alright, so listen here. I don't know what's going on, but all of this. I'm tough. All that, y'all gonna bring that to a halt right now. Oh my God, they dropped the baby. So, Fahad and Fred, who was actually talking?
I was talking and I was trying to answer the question back.
I was talking, he interrupted me. He just kept interrupting me.
Okay, so, and who was talking? You know?
I was talking with the back and I was trying to answer his question about why.
Get a problem.
Just stop.
Alright, go ahead, Fahad.
It was Dion Grayjoy. Yeah, make sure that he's not going to...
Not Dion.
Okay, so let's see, if you don't like the war with America with Iran, I'm asking these people back, why Obama negotiated with this regime and what was the result of negotiation? He said himself 2 years ago that we made a mistake. He loaded 2 airplanes full of cash, sent to the mullahs, cash sending to the mullahs, like sending cash to the mafia. That's what he did. Later he said we made a mistake. So if the negotiation was a mistake, what's going to happen after negotiation? Some people in US, they said, oh, why Iranian is asking us to help them? You are not helping me. You started yourself. If you don't care about activity of nuclear activity of regime, why you started negotiation? You should keep quiet. But you started negotiation. When the negotiation reached to no point, you are starting the war. So it's not because of me. You are not helping me. Just clear, okay? And we have a common enemy. Listen, we have a common enemy. I don't like this regime. And if you don't like this regime, you're fighting with this regime, I'll be happy. That's the position of Iranian. But don't tell me that why should I come and help you? You are not helping me. You are helping yourself. If you don't like, go and change your president. Bring Obama back. He himself said we made a mistake. Is that clear? And regarding the threat of Hormuz, unfortunately, Fred confused me. Because
No, actually, you didn't reply. You just emotionally answered some question, emotionally.
Okay.
Okay.
You have no point. I mean, you have just...
Alright, that's enough, okay? Your voice is super elevated. It sounds like you're yelling. Calm down.
that you are helping me. You are not helping me. You are
emotionally replying.
Can I comment, please?
One second, just for a record, Obama didn't say that was a mistake. He always defended the deal.
He said, you don't want to hear that.
You're talking very superficial, though. You look at this face.
We owe them $400 million. We actually owe them more than that. I think they bought like $400 million worth of fucking equipment, right? And they never got it. We held their money.
Yeah, from UK too, but yeah, Obama.
Fucking long or some shit.
Yeah, but Obama was definitely defending the debt is like, I don't think that these guys like making good points.
Okay, so Igor, let me just, the question that Pat asked is actually very good. That,
I answered the question. But like,
no.
beyond.
The bag.
Wait, boy.
The
I didn't answer the question.
Hold on.
I didn't answer that.
Bag.
I didn't answer the
question
I promise I did.
is,
I'm Patty.
Yeah, Fred, you and Fahad have been talking for a solid 40 minutes. Let the room reset a bit. Let us talk over and then you can come back in. I know you just wanted to say something. You're not the moderator. But
no, you are not moderator. Hold on.
Hold on.
No.
I agree. Hey, motherfucker, listen. Like, I'm agreeing with you. You don't need to tell me. Then go ahead and speak. I know you wanted to say something.
I sent them to go for a few minutes. Hold on. I keep trying to tell y'all need to chill. Hold on.
I think it's safe to say that this war means different things to different people.
Why you been next to me? Perfume, you've been speaking for about 7 hours. And the room only been open for 5.
Hey everyone.
Reza,
Hey, how's it going, Patty?
are you gonna manage your country by wisdom?
I think this room is against the war, from what I understand. It's okay to be against the war. Nobody likes war. But this is the perfect timing to get rid of this regime. And I don't know what the disagreement of the benefits are. It's clear what the benefits are. The benefits are, like, do I have to go over what the benefits are of liberating a terrorist regime who killed 50 to 90,000 of its own people in 2 days?
So we have war or not, Richard? Because Congress have to go through Congress to be at war. So we got conflicted information from our so-called higher-ups in North America. Are we at war or we not? If it goes through war, based on our Constitution in North America, it has to go through Congress. You have the Secretary of War saying it's a war. You have other people saying it's not a war. So, Reza, what do you have on that? Because I'm confused. I don't know what's going on. I thought they go through Congress based on our Constitution there in North America. So, are you saying we're at war? And if you are, can you give us some receipts? Or you saying we're not at war? So, go ahead before you get spit.
I don't know if this is like a traditional war. Like they're like to me this is
war or not. Ain't no traditional war or not dealing with North America. We have a constitution that says if it goes war, it has to go through the Congress. As is, are we at war or we not? Like yes or no? Like that's the pad. You're off the lily pad. You're off the lily pad. Let's be big boy pad.
Yeah, Riz, I'm gonna let you speak. I just need to say something. I'm gonna let Riz talk. The United States has not declared formal war since 1941. Okay? So we've had a lot of conflicts in between them. I would call it a war. Go ahead and speak to this.
No, I honestly, the only reason I came up here is just to say that I was hearing some, back and forth, and I just wanted to see the benefits. And I don't know if we're at war or not. I'm pretty sure we are, but I just want to say that if somebody could just come up here and maybe somebody that knows more than I do about all this stuff, I just know that this war is going to make the world a better place. That's all I wanted to say.
How do you know that it's going to make the world a better place? I mean, it could make a better place, hopefully, for the Iranian people. I hope so.
We don't know.
You got battleships and you got aircraft carriers pulling up on your door. Say, no, I come knock on your door and I got 100 people out here and I just knocked on your door like I'm about to give you your bed. What you gonna think? Like, is this like what you gonna think?
Okay.
I mean, what a common sense at? You don't gotta go to Yale and Harvard and do all this around the bush. I don't like that. I'm direct, and this is the internet, but I'm like that in real life. Like, you pull up to my block with your people, like, I'm on the phone, like, okay, it don't seem like friendliness. You dig? So you really gotta play all those games. So if I pull up like that, and I'm landlocking you, I mean, are we negotiating or something? I mean, I don't need all that. It's I feel like wars and follow the money. So I don't know why people playing games, because I don't do that in real life. Because see, they gotta give us. So I'm just saying, if you're pulling up like that, you're pulling with all this heavy artillery.
Yeah, it's a war.
And it's my country. So you don't even, because you got the PSA and the people in power saying this, and they say it's not that. I'm like, what are we doing? Are we being for real, or are we playing games?
No, it's a war. And Reza, what I was saying is that
Let's stop playing. Oh, I don't know. No, you know what it is when somebody pull up on your block. You know what it is. You better be ready. So let's stop all that yelling and gaggling and all this. What is going on in the streets?
if somebody pulls on your block, but the majority of the people on the block are against their own block, then how do you explain that?
Family. If me and my family beefing, right? Me and my brother or my cousin beefing, right? Right? If you understand that. Let's keep it in layman terms. I ain't gotta take it to Yale or Harvard. If you and I, say me and you blood ties, but you didn't give me the rent for the money, and I'm like, we got beef. But if somebody come and they pushing both of us, and that could be on American soil too, I'm not just saying wars and wars follow the money, then you're going to unite. That's what they call uniting under the flag. It happened with 9/11. And you can bust that dope down, you bust that mountain down to a pebble a long time to see really what's going on. But I'm saying unite under the flag, like, we go, I mean, bust the mountain down, bust the mountain to a pebble. Let me just say, bust the mountain to a pebble. For the record, bust the mountain down to a pebble. I'm from another, you dig? Bust the mountain down to a pebble. And if you and me, mom, we wife and kid, and somebody come challenging our kids, right? And they pulling up 100 deep. And like, I want to see a child. We're like, hold up, we got to go and get some straight and we can see what's going on. But they pull up there, you know it's not done peace. Because you can do peace over text or we can get official. And they was trying to do this. Bombs started flying. I don't know who sent the bombs or whatever. I'm respecting that. I don't know nothing about that. But if you hit my house, and then I gotta hit your house. So I'm just saying, like, what is the purpose of the North America being, and what's the benefit for us in the long run? What is going on in the streets? Everything is the streets. Financial. Yeah. So listen, you go financial.
Yeah.
You go financial.
We understand.
You go religion.
We understand.
But why are we going all over the place? When you see African areas pull up. No, I didn't finish my point. Tell me, hold on. When you see aircraft carriers pull up, you know what it is. So it ain't no even play like I don't know what's going on. You know what's going on.
Yeah. We all agree.
So let's stop playing games and get to the real information.
All right, you said it. All right, let's move forward.
We said let's move forward. Yeah. So the main point, as far as I understand, the main reason that they're at war is because they're looking for the uranium, bro. That's what it is. Like I said, Iran and Israel fucking hate each other's guts. Iran has the uranium, and Israel can't live with that. Live with Iran having that stuff. So that's what I meant when I said this war means different things to different people. For Netanyahu, for Israel, it's about finding the uranium. For the people of Iran, it's about changing out the government. And for the United States, it's about helping to protect Israel. That's it.
Procurement. Who's looking for uranium in return? The Americans The Israelis.
The Americans and the Israelis, so yeah, so.
Follow-up question. Why Israel, IDF, don't have boots on the ground?
Oh, well, because you can't send in a bunch of people into a massive country like that. Like, they don't even know where it is. That's the thing. They don't know where the uranium is. It could be buried under the ground,
So that
or it could be parts of it.
Get killed, it's fine, but the Israelis, they can chill.
No, the Israelis going to send guys in there together, too.
Well, you just said they're not sending any boots on the ground?
No, man, serious. I said I thought this war is going to go on for years. Like, this war will not end until they find the uranium and until they change over the IRGC. Because, look, let's say they even find the uranium and the IRGC remains, right? If they find the uranium and they take it out and the IRGC remains in power, I guarantee you after this war, the very first thing that the IRGC is going to try to do is make more uranium and probably explode this shit up underground to keep other people. I'm answering your question.
No, that was not my question. My question is the U.S., as Trump said, sending the amphibious group from Japan, 2,500 soldiers.
Well, Japan is not there yet.
No, the amphibious group in Japan, that they are the U.S. troops from Japan. Yeah, exactly. They go on and preparing for ground invasion, right? Or at
yes.
At least. So why the IDF is not doing the same?
I think they probably will.
Oh.
But right now, the IDF is super busy with Lebanon and protecting their own country as well.
So this is an American war now.
So I'm not disagreeing or agreeing. Like, I'm not taking what would you say? I'm not making a moral judgment here.
No,
I'm just describing the situation.
No, I totally understand.
Yeah, so the situation is that Israel cannot live with this uranium there because now that, especially after this attack, there is no way that Iran, if the IRGC remains in power, they're going to build a fucking bomb right away. Like, there is no doubt about it, right? So, now that the war started, no. It's not going to end until they find all that uranium and they change it out.
Pray for the U.S. soldiers, man. I got family in there, and if you ask me personally, I don't see us being there to benefit North America at all. But I'm not in those positions or whatever. Because when I'm hearing it, and the brother was challenged, and you tell me it's about somebody, whatever you want to do, whatever you want to say. But I don't see us, because I see things going to get tragic for us on like I say, just look at diesel, just look at groceries, look at something that affects you and your purse. Wages not going up, that price is going up. So when we talk about our landmass, I just want to speak on the honor and we of, it's at the church. I just want to speak on this landmass of my people here, and I'm just like, yo, I deal with wars and wars, and I say follow the money, you see benefits. Sometimes people that supply the wars with money, and they go back to Napoleon wars. I don't know how deep y'all want to go, but this is what I do. And people will supply both sides of the game. I would tell you, look at XOM, this is Exxon Mobil. You look at all over, see how this is jumping up. I see it jumping up, so that tells you one thing. So my thing is, like the brother said, if this is somebody else's problem, why we ain't bringing on the draft from North America? Like, right. They tell it's going to have to be a 500,000 to a million boots on the ground.
Right.
And how does that benefit the U.S.? How does that benefit us as paying our bill? I mean, the money trickle down. I heard Lindsey Graham out of South Carolina. He said this will bring us a boatload of money, a ton of money. But I like that trickle down to us in North America. What is going on? You don't need Harvard a year. I'm just trying to see.
Can I say something?
what you really talking about? The Americans sitting there, don't worry. America, president is looking after you. You know how much money you'll be gaining from this war? All the money that they with the oil and all that goes to American banks. So you take the profit of that one. So don't worry about that. And change of government in Iran is not it's going to happen, but it's going to be a few weeks time. It's not just not few months time. It's not just Iran though. They are dealing with the world. You ignoring Russia, you ignoring China, India, and the other side, Brazil and Argentina. They are growing big economies, and they are sort of threatening America. So that's Donald Trump.
Well, I am African. I know the war started in Africa will end in Africa. Everything they're doing right now is just a little kid's bullshit. Whatever America is doing, America's a little kid.
But America, I'm not talking about Africa. I'm talking about
Right.
So say it again.
No, I said you're right. We weren't talking about it. We was talking about early story.
And he was just joking, man.
Okay. So basically, your Americans sit tight. Maybe you give some, you do some soldiers life there. But this.
The difference this land was.
Wait, you almost finished. Wait a minute. Go ahead. You said in America, do what now?
I'm not a proud person of like you, Trump. But he's a good guy. He's really doing the best for the country.
Okay.
Honestly. He's doing the best for. He said that America comes first. He said.
Right, but it's not America first. It's not. Stop. No, because there is a process. There is a process, and the process was not followed. Period. So it's not America first, because if it was America first, then everybody would be on board. That's not where we are. So stop it. Stop it. That's enough. That's enough. I don't want to listen. I heard what you said. I don't want to hear.
And I'm back.
Go ahead. Jay Fresh, you got your t-shirt on. Go ahead. You got your t-shirt and panties on. Go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you, ma'am. I appreciate it. It's just, I am African, and I understand history about how the world's working and how the world works.
Clothes on before you start speaking.
He did. Pull over fresh. He got his t-shirt and panties.
But for me, I do have a degree in political science. You know, I do have a degree in politics in America here, and they lie to us at the national level. You know, so I have to learn from South Sudan and Africa. You know, we understand how everything ends.
The war is going to finish.
Well, they're fighting Iran, and they're going to manipulate it, which is Donald will fall. You know,
They're not fighting Iran, though.
they're going to manipulate it to like, Iran is beyond level, sophisticated, different kind of level when it comes to like missiles, you know. So it just, but we know America will fall.
They had some money. They bought some missiles and all that.
You know what comes after N?
Sorry?
I say, you know what comes in after N?
After N. Most likely. Guys, you have to look it up.
Open the door, and that's where you're going. Go ahead, Jay Fresh. Finish up.
Well, my idea, I am South Sudanese. I went back home.
Oh, hell no. I'm not going to listen to it no more. You from Africa. We done heard you from Africa 12 times already. You just started speaking in the last minute.
I'm watching everything going around the world.
All right, well, that's not what we're talking about. That's not in the conversation. I tried to let you go. You're not talking about nothing. Just go. Just let it happen.
I shot him. Yeah, he gotta go. Alright. And that's the kid with the two white baby mamas. You forgot him? That's the kid with the two white baby mamas and he got two wild.
Oh, I know. I don't never forget Jay Fresh.
Okay.
Let me get reference.
He go back and forth to Sudanese every month and come back to America with his whatever. I don't remember that whole conversation. But he was a little different today, so I thought he was going to say something. But all he kept talking about was he come back.
This is the most.
Well, why are you not putting boots on the ground that's around?
Oh, here he comes. No, let me go. You're just crazy.
BOG.
This is the most.
BTOG.
So you know that they corrected me. What's up, Trent? What you got?
Hey, what up,
Nothing. He ain't got nothing. Nothing. When's the last time we reported? What's the last time we reported some news? You did it about 2 hours ago, but did it confirm? Huh?
Yeah.
About 2 hours ago.
Well, I'm letting them gentlemen talk. I was trying to give you some props. Let me give you some props, okay?
Oh, appreciate you, bro.
I've been in this room in months.
That's a fact. That's a fact.
And I actually have raked the entire yard in 102 degree heat, but it's been such an enjoyable conversation to hear people from around the world really give their opinions on this. I'm trying to give you blessings, First Lady Divine, Reformed, all you mods that come in and put these conversations together to get context from different perspectives. And some of them I don't agree with, but it's great to have it. So I just wanted to say how much I've enjoyed today.
Well, thank you, Trent, because you know what? You stay, you drop a load, and then you leave. So I'm glad that you stayed and listened to the conversation today. Great job.
So you know, but you also, at first, you gotta give Trent props because he just got to stay there. He didn't say, I gotta go. You know what I'm
That's
saying?
what I just said, yes. That's what I'm saying. He usually drops a load. I mean, then he says, all right, I gotta say this and then I gotta go. But he didn't. He didn't drop a load. He stayed.
And he held his own against Flash earlier, so that was good. So shout out to you for that, Trent. And yeah, man.
It's your birthday.
I thought he was gonna break some news. You know, he had inside information. Secret weapons and shit. You know.
What's gonna happen this week, Trent? What's your prediction this week?
What's the prediction?
Besides March Madness, what's your prediction on the political side, on the Iranian?
Yeah, man.
Wait a minute, you got until the 20th and then you gotta pay up, or did you change?
Shit, that's right.
No, he said the 20th to the 1st.
But that's not what he said.
That's exactly what he said. The 20th to the 1st.
I thought he wrote down the bet. It was to the 20th. I remember the 20th.
I'll pay. It don't matter. The boy needs the money. The weed sales is down.
Oh, damn, you gonna get me up for that. Jay, you always writing the check your ass can't cash. Stop.
No, I've seen Gemini. He ain't that tall. He wouldn't take me. But anyway.
Oh.
You guys trash.
You are part of a elite team. You can't even talk about fighting, man. That's that ghetto shit.
I know.
We don't do that shit.
I'm gonna be 45 April 1st.
Yeah, man. Nobody talks about fighting in their 40s. On this club.
I'm saying the boy could take me. No, but on the real, my prediction on Iran, on the real, I think gas prices are going to be $4 a gallon easily across the nation next week. I think they're going to try to get the Strait open. And I think with that, the boy, what's his name, Fred? I think Fred was cooking. I think that they're going to hit that island, that Karg Island, and try to take control of it. And then at some point, they're going to have to try to get the uranium.
They already hit Karg Island. They already hit Karg Island. That's what they already got Karg Island.
I'm not sure about the Marines. Yeah, I'm talking about the commanders.
Oh, yeah, they already
taking control of the island and taking control of the Strait.
You and then boots on the ground on that island?
Yeah, I think there's going to be boots on the ground on the island. I think
by Saturday, by this time next week.
All right, let the man finish his thought, and then we can ask the specifics.
That's fair.
All right, come on. Where you at? Go ahead, Trent. Where you at?
I'd say within the next 7 days, to be fair, I'm all right. And then I'll land with, I think that we try to exit this within the next 2 or 3 weeks by sending in a commando team. I think it'll be what's called a rainbow team, which is a blend of both Israeli and American forces, commando units, in order to extract that uranium. And then there'll be a negotiated settlement. If they can control my caveat is, if they can control the strait and get 50 to 70% of takers rolling through it with no problem, then I think the regime actually does fall. But I think I'm going to end up having to pay Gemini because I don't see the regime fall this month. But there's already talk on the inside of some people inside the Iranian leadership that would like to settle because they are dying by the dozen, right?
All right, so people have some follow-up questions. Before they follow up, 1 second. I just want to understand that if everybody else can get through it except for America, America's just going to go in and start fighting so that they can make their way. Like, who they making a way for themselves? For us?
That's
For the U.S.?
what did you mean? I don't know what you meant.
For the Hamas, right? I'm saying that others have access to it. They say, hey, listen, no, you can come on through. You can come on through. The only people that's being blocked is us. Is that correct?
There's other countries that.
Oh, okay.
Countries. I think the only country that's really been making it through is India.
Okay, India.
Yeah, Russia from India.
Russia, China. It's for the
Russia.
Can I ask a question from Trent?
Wait a minute, maybe I understand. You said who now? Russia, China,
China, India, Italy is making the deal. No.
Okay. And what about France? What about France?
Whatever on the east, that's what's coming through. Whatever on the east, they say we on the west. Whatever on the east,
All right,
they get clear.
Okay, but what about France? France on the east?
Italy and France are making the deal separately without Americans with Iran.
Right, okay.
That's what is reported.
Okay, all right.
But I have a question for Trump because this Cargo Island that guy was saying, and you see that it's very important. How far away Cargo Island is from the narrowest part of the state of Hormuz? You know, Trump?
Yeah, I don't think it's close to. I think it's in the beginning of the strait.
Yeah, so it's 300 miles, around 500 kilometers. So why do you think it's so strategically important? I would guess, I'm not a military expert. It is much better to take like on the point where you have 30 kilometers of strait, not going 500 kilometers from the strait. So I don't understand the rationale that Fred and you are making. How does this change everything?
My understanding is that's where the oil production comes out of. That's where it goes through for Iran. I've heard 90%, but I've also heard it's about 70% of the oil production. So you're hitting them in the pockets.
Why they don't just bomb the shit out of the oil reserves?
No, I can answer that easily. Now there you go. That's $1 million question. Why would you not bomb the shit like Trump has done?
Speak on it, Trent. Speak on it. Follow the money.
There you go, back. There you go.
Give me a second. Let me.
No, hold on. I got you. Because he's right. Follow the money. You don't want to bomb the shit because that would send oil prices through the roof. Because that would take Iranian oil production off the line for 5 years. We don't want to do that. So backwards is right when you say follow the money. That's why the threat is there, but they want to take it and hold it, not bomb it and destroy it.
And then what did Iran second? Wait a second. What do you think, Trent, if that your assessment happened, will Iranians bomb the pipeline of the oil for Saudi Arabia and the other Gulf countries? And will that bring the prices of the oil?
No. They try now. I don't think they can.
No, they said actually that they were starting bombing. And
I know what Iran has said. Iran has said that they've taken out the USS Lincoln. Iran has said that they've hit U.S. bases that they have.
No, I'm not saying that. There is specific evidence that in Kuwait, in some other Gulf state, the refinery was hit. But they say they will not hit Saudi Arabia and the major oil refineries for now. So I'm asking you, with your idea, if you take their oil, do you think they have capacity to hit
other oil, and will that impact the price of oil?
They have.
That strategy.
Yeah. Yes, I have thought about it. They have tried. They've shot, I think it's 27 ballistic missiles at the Saudis. And so it's
on
they
the
have
oil refineries, or they shot on the bases?
I think that's a combined number. Right.
They shot on the bases, so they didn't shot on the oil.
Here's what I think people are to land the plane. I don't think they can hit the ship. I honestly don't think that they have the capability anymore. They are losing. They just lost the head, the Brigadier General of the IGRC. He was just killed. The head of the aerospace was just killed. They just demolished the space infrastructure. The Bajij, the special police military force, is hiding under the fucking bridges. I'm gonna finish. What is true, and what I have heard on this stage, what is untrue, is militarily, the Israel combined and the United States have absolutely demolished this regime. Absolutely, there are close to 10,000 of those soldiers dead, and these commanders are hiding. They're dying every day. And the only reason that they come out with thousands of people is because they have kids. They have kids and women around them out in the open. That's the only reason that they come out. Otherwise, they know they'd be drowned in their fucking homes. So what has happened to this regime is it is being dismantled. And what Fred said, I do believe if you give these people, if they can get these people guns around the nation, they'll take care of the rest of these fuckers themselves. Go ahead.
Okay, no, those are all like speculation that you have, but like why the Haaretz yesterday reported that 11 ballistic cluster missiles land in Israel if they are not having capability anymore. Israeli newspaper.
Their question is, but take it in totality and comparison, people. That's what we're not doing. Yes,
okay, taking account of the interceptors that every country.
I know that the interceptors are running low. That is true. This is why you got to do something. This is why you need to do something drastic. But to make sure that you take out the rest. The interceptors are running low. That is true. But then on the opposite side, these people are fucked, and many of them deserve it.
I'm not taking the side, like, just to be clear, like, I'm just talking this from the military, I'm not taking, like, a stance, like, up in the reserve or not, like, that is not the question, but my question is, like, your assessment that they will take the island, who is 500 kilometers from the strait, and they will control the strait, it's weird for me, because we're talking about 500 kilometers, you have your ships.
The ships are kilometers. The coalition of ships that they're talking about is what's going to really secure the strait. The beginning of it is taking Carg Island, but it's the coalition of warships. And now this is why I asked Fred that question, and I'll land it right here because nobody wants to hear me run on. Whether or not, here's what I have a question on, Igor. This is going to be the debate all next week. Do we land on the Iranian side and take those mountainsides? On the Iranian side of the strait, right? Because what Fred said is correct. They have these mines that they can lay. These people, these Iranian hillbillies, I love that term, that can attack the strait. Do we land our troops on that side of the strait and try to secure the strait that way? That I don't know. That's a fucking game.
Yeah, okay. I'm done.
Can I ask you a question, please? Just 1 second, I just want to follow up with from Igor. Trent, you mentioned this rainbow forces. Can you expand on that, please?
Of course, it's just a term when you blend both, when you blend nationalities. Like rainbow six. I mean, I'm just using the term in that way, but I think it'll be a joint coalition of Israeli and U.S. forces.
And you're talking about boots on the ground. Israelis gonna put boots on the ground.
Yeah, to go get the new shit, they're gonna have boots on the ground. You can't get that with robots.
Can I speak what I think? Go ahead.
I'll wait. Well, it's not they're European, they're not real Israeli, you know. They're not European, they cannot control the world, you know. But
right now they choose that they drop a nuclear weapon, or Afghanistan say, if you drop a nuclear weapon out there, who drop a nuclear weapon are you? Afghanistan. Because mostly, you understand what's going on? This is World War III. This is happening in real life.
Vladimir, as I want to say, from the trend, if you think, for example, Iranian is so desperate, why U.S. Navy don't go and open the Strait of Hormuz? Why they far away?
That's what they said they're going to do next week.
So yes, why Trump ask for help for all the world, China and everyone, if he can do it alone?
Because the ships are also protecting, to Igor's point, they're also protecting the oil infrastructure of Oman and UAE and Saudi Arabia. They're shooting the ship down before it comes over. And so if you have a coalition, it allows it frees up. It frees up your forces so that you can go get into the strait and then protect the strait. Which is why when the French say defensive, to me it's offensive. Okay, so the French ships are going to shoot down the drones. Great. That frees up American ships to go into the strait and secure the strait.
I know there is a thing. This is my opinion, because if there is no one can go there because they can't, not because nobody can go. Still, so many ballistic missiles and drones the Iranian have.
I believe my heart, and Netanyahu really got killed. His first leader really got killed.
Boy, hi.
He got killed already.
What?
He got killed. Netanyahu was being dead.
Hush it first. That's not.
No, I'm Iranian, by the way.
Thank you, First Lady, for inviting me to say it. 47 years we have been.
Who did that?
It's not that easy, you think, and still, in Iranian situation, so many people believe it as a victory.
That sounded like serious.
I'm not side of the government. I'm against the government, but still I want to talk about the facts.
Americans, that's what I would say. I was listening to.
Where are you from?
I'm from Iran, but live in London.
Okay.
So I was listening to General Jack King today, and that's what Iran wants right now, is that to have America take that island with troops right now, and right now we're not ready. So he said, Raising King will make the decision when they feel like it's ready, or when they're ready. So it sounds like Iran still has the upper hand, based on from the generals that I've been listening to, at least.
Because there is a thing, the USA and all the Navy, they cover in the air, but in the other things, Iranian have so many under missile cities, 500, 600 meter under the ground, so nobody can, this is the thing, and you should go to the ground invasion. Ground invasion is not easy, because first of all Iran is natural fortress, lots of mountain and everything, and second, lots of people.
The first 3 days, they bomb him good. They kill his brother, they kill him. But they don't have to show Israel, so they survive. They control America, All the what?
No, I'm just trying to talk about the facts, and there is the thing, so many people hate the government. As I am hate the government, but still the Iranians are so patriot, this is the thing. If you see all the wars in Ukraine, or Afghanistan, Syria, as the war began, millions of people immigrate, In Iran now, all the people take a flight and try to come back, and this is make it difficult, It's not an easy thing, and you don't know about, for example, the Iranian news also. Now so many people try to go to the Khark Island. There is no ticket. The people are now everywhere they want to go to Khark Island and defend the island. So it's not going to be easy, I'm just trying to say this.
there was BB. BB when the now it's been dead. It's been dead since the third day of the war.
Don't do it, brother. Don't do it.
Where's Maya at?
Which one of them says that?
Fresh say he's dead.
Oh, Lord. Jay Fresh. Man, I'm gonna put my number in the chat. Call me before you say any stupid shit. No, Netanyahu is not dead.
Yeah, call Trent, basically. It's like calling Tyrone. You just gotta call Trent.
Who was Trump supposed to call? We're truly talking crazy.
Call
His Iranian neighbor. His Iranian neighbor. You always got a deep. I bet you have an Iranian friend.
Germany hiding. It's all lies. It's dead.
Bro, he's not dead, bro. I tried it earlier in the week and got booted off the stage. He's not dead.
Just let this boy, if he repeats one more word, just throw him. Because he done repeated Africa 1,200 times. Man, to BB. Cut it out. Just get off the...
Devon, I have a great friend, former Iranian kickboxer, Ben Shabandi. He's agreed to come into this room. He's a general manager of a big Kia store in Austin. I'll have him come in one day. He's very, very, very passionate about this topic.
Where is he at on Colorico, Trent?
Wait, what? You just say you're a friend who's a manager of a Kia store who's gonna come in and speak to us? Did I get that right?
Well, and I'm a little past that. I just want to hear about Colorico.
We'll talk about that.
That was the second promise.
Yeah, no, that's a different time. But yes, I have a friend who's Iranian, who's very passionate about the topic, and he's a general manager of a large Kia store in Austin. Yeah, been friends for 10 years.
Wait,
Is that we haven't had passion come into the space to tell us about Iran?
No, I'm not saying that. I just, you want to hear from him, fuck it. No matter to me.
No, listen, you bring who you want to. I was just, when you said, he's very passionate about this, I was just trying to understand if that's what you thought was missing from the equation. That's all.
you're right. Everybody's about their life, Everybody's not joking. So, Devon, we got the new Trent prediction. Commandos on the ground by this time next week. Good hunting. Is good? Throw a lot of nuclear weapon, maybe one nuclear, and then what's the point? Why you want to go kill against that? I don't know shit.
Do you have any nuclear scientists on the stage right now? Because I just want to know, how easy is it to just go in, extract uranium, and take off like it's a little treasure hunt or something like that? I'm just curious.
Everybody with Venezuela, dumbass, this racist ass dumbass person, whatever Donald Trump is, and his race is ignorant. They don't know shit.
Just, Scotty Squares, just to respond, what I heard is it's close to 440 kg. That's like almost 1,000 pound of enriched uranium, up to 60%. So that could be divided into...
Iran is watching...
Just 1 second.
Go ahead, sorry.
Yeah, so the question is, Squirreless, is this is all in one shot, like it's 1,000 pound one location, or there is small containers, because this is enriched uranium. Small containers spread around the whole entire country. That's the biggest question the U.S. right now is asking, is where we can find this stuff. And since they blew Fordo, Natanz, all the sites that they have, the entrance point of these sites now, they're blocked. So it's going to be extremely challenging to go and find it if it's there to begin with.
Wait, so you're saying it's not
China
easy?
Russia and watching you in real life. As soon as this army land, they'll get bombed. Like it's just like for what? Why you have killed?
Wait, serious? Are you saying that are you claiming that it's not easy and it's not like pulling a Pokemon Go on my phone? Yo, I'm talking here. Tonight is not the night. Are you saying serious?
Yes.
That it's as easy as looking on my phone, going to find the nuclear sites, extracting the uranium, and then taking off?
No, I'm saying the opposite. I'm saying it's extremely difficult. That's what I'm saying.
Okay, thank you.
It's impossible missions. Like I don't know what Trump is doing. Let Trump bring his kid out there. One of his kids, so he can feel it. Let them get bombed. Let them get killed before they get land.
And I think it's not about uranium because, sorry to interrupt, but this is the uranium just like it.
China control all the land that's in America, right? Control everything.
Hey, so Spirited Scotty, I actually think if we were able to pull it off, we're talking. Hey, I use the term a lot. We'd be talking about one of the greatest executions. I don't even know. I can't even think of anything else on this level. But if they were able to extract that uranium somehow, that would be a hell of a feat.
Is there a scenario where you could be just spitballing and making shit up?
The fuck you mean?
I think you were friend.
I'm telling. If they get the, I'm with it'd be extremely difficult. It'd be extremely difficult. I'm not saying this is easy at all, but if they're able to extract this, if they extract this uranium, I mean that'd be on a fucking other level.
Trent, can I ask you something? How
I'm doing it.
The Iranians don't have a nuclear weapon now. How do you know?
Oh, they do. I think they do.
I also don't know, but I saw so many earthquakes in Iran, you know? 3, 4, 5. And
We're talking about technology that's, 80 years old at this point? It ain't like everybody don't know how to make it.
How the hell do you know the basis if you don't know the basis?
I'm just trying to say it's not about uranium. Because if they want to use a nuclear bomb, so you can easily ask North Korea or Russia to give them, you know? This is the thing.
I would put it past. This is why you got to get rid of the IRGC and the entire regime. Even if they keep this uranium that they have, they will definitely 90% possibly use it because they have no reason to at this point not to. And secondly, I do not think it's beyond reason that they already have made 1 or 2, maybe 3 nuclear weapons. I mean, we're not talking about brand new technology that nobody knows about. Pakistan's got it, India's got it. It ain't like they ain't got Wikipedia.
So yes, there is also to want to ask how America or Israel or anyone want to do this, you know?
It's about money at the end of the day. It's money.
Because at the moment I'm seeing
it's money.
It's not
They don't even got, wait, hold up. They don't even got technology to get a missile over here unless it's on a ship and they bring it on the ship and launch it from there. But they don't got the technology to do a strategic missile. Otherwise, don't you think they would have launched it?
American technology, they want uranium, right? They want like the minerals, but the minerals come from Africa, go to China. To a good deal, right? China is saying no, I'm not gonna give you that no more. So just look, now you can have a few planes, you can't even do nothing to develop your stuff no more.
Anyone else with a bad take? Yeah, they ain't gonna get a plane over here right now, and unless they do it in a civilian type plane, I don't know, like 9/11 was done, but they ain't gonna launch a missile over and land in the U.S.
So seriously, the Iranian is not going to threat US, I guess, because it's going to crazy. I don't think
never gonna give up. Israel, the European, they're not real Israel, they just got lied to. And then America set it up, the nation,
Can we just confirm? My God. Hey, Amir, I'll give you a real reason.
So let me
I'll give you a real reason why they would use a nuclear weapon. Because if you put the shoe on the other foot, and I told you that Donald Trump had been eliminated, Pete Hegseth had been eliminated, Marco Rubio is dead, half the cabinet, all the joint chiefs and military, and that all of our bases, from Fort Bragg to Fort Hood to San Antonio Joint Base, had all been blown up. We would use a fucking weapon at that point.
This is the thing. The Iran power is not in the ground; it's under the ground. The missile cities is still untouched. This is the thing that because of this, every day watching the missiles and drones.
So you think it's going well for Iran, Amir? Is that what you're telling me? That this?
No, I'm not. I'm against the regime. I'm against the regime.
We can't talk with Jay Fresh on the stage. You gotta get rid of him.
Let me say something real quick. I'm in New York. I just got gas. Damn. The one in the middle is $3.85 and 93 is $4.15. I'm going on mute.
Hey, hold on. The volume is going to be higher than that by Wednesday. That's all.
It is what it is. We're going to be all right. You gotta hustle harder. That's all. Hustle.
Hey, Divine. Styles P 2002, Good Times. Just listen to the chorus of that. That's what gas gonna do.
It's a small thing to a giant, and I ain't worried about nothing.
Yo, come to see 5 minutes.
Yes, I'm just saying, in the Iranian protest, 3 months, 4 months ago, so many people died, and after that, so many people insist you should attack, and on that time also, I say no, it's not it's not good because it's not going to end up the regime change, and I believe it makes the regime more power, give more power, and this is why I'm sitting on it because no matter how, now the situation has changed, it's a little become more patriotism, so this is not going to go well.
Right now, with Hamas not even doing anything, Hezbollah never wiped out Lebanon, the Houthis sitting down, and the Ayatollah did, and basically all the leadership, that Iran remains in a strong position. That's what you're telling me.
No, I'm not saying it remain in a position. First of all, Iran.
Let him speak. You gotta drop me because of social media.
I'm just saying, Iran was in a bad situation, The economy is so...
We know what's going on. We know how the world got tired of American bullshit. They got tired of being bullied, and America is losing their power. That's facts.
It's like fun to keep Jay Fresh on the stage. Is that like what it is? Or we're just gonna have idiots?
I'm speaking the truth, though. You don't like the truth.
Shut up. Go ahead, man.
You shut the fuck up.
The only way the U.S. has lost power is in the dog. But as far as military power, we haven't lost anything. We've gained, if anything.
What did we gain?
No, we got a lot more technology. Some of it is just coming out now.
What did we gain in the last 2 weeks?
Well, we showed some of our technology off. What did we gain? What is your question?
Is losing $1 to 2 billion a day, is that gaining, would you say?
Well, as far as our long-term...
is losing, 24 American soldiers' lives, is that gaining? Is that a net gain?
As a soldier, I'd say yes.
That's safe.
I believe it's not gaining anything because lost his allies in the Middle East, and he going to have a long.
Allies, that's fucking ridiculous.
No, the USA lost all bases, so this is the fact, huh?
What lost our? What are you talking about? I mean, the USA has
American bases.
We've been losing credibility throughout the world. How do you think that we are stronger is ridiculous.
I just want to talk about
it. Talk for 9 hours, I'll talk for 10 seconds and get reprimanded.
Amir, the American bases are not destroyed. That's bullshit. Okay, we haven't lost our allies. In fact, in some cases, our Middle East allies like Oman and UAE are actually stronger because they can't believe that they've been attacked.
We've had, 3 terrorist attacks here in the United States? Is that how we're winning exactly?
Trent, I'm against you, Trent, because I'm saying that most of the US base is now under attack, and Arab countries not happy with it because they say, before that they say don't do this, and you cannot say the UAE doesn't take any damage or Qatar or Kuwait. All of them is give that.
That's not what I said. I didn't say they didn't take any damage. Some of them are shocked that they've been attacked. I'm not, but here, that's neither here nor there. What Scotty is saying in the United States having a net positive outside of the training real combat troops, I have to agree, it hasn't been necessarily positive yet for America. But if they are able to change this regime or get rid of the nuclear material entirely, and I think those two go hand in hand. If they're able to accomplish what their goal is, this is undoubtedly a success for the United States.
So yes, I agree with you, but this is the fact. I have to say, this is not going to easy, and you can see if United States going to war like Iraq and Iran, they lose the match with China. This is the thing,
The one thing I would agree with you on, I don't know, we should have struck those protesters were out. Instead of sending the protesters out to die, we should have struck then, even though we weren't in position. We might have had a better chance of overthrowing the regime at the time. But, to get everything in place and to protect all the other countries, I understand why they waited.
In my opinion, now they are happy, and I think it was that is not against the benefits of USA, and there is the two things, I guess.
Can I say something?
Mayor, if you don't own a Kia dealership in Texas, you don't have any credibility. I'm sorry.
I have 2 white kids out here, but can I say something stupid? The war started in Africa, it will end in Africa. It never ends. It's human mentality. That's why we behave. But it's not us as Africans. It's those white people who behave like that. That's their nature.
So spiritus.